What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne in this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg. Also, the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Mating Matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, see God Allah, and I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. We're going to talk about later on in the podcast, because this is going to be a long-ass show. Rapper David, his 15-year-old girlfriend was recently found dead. We featured this earlier this week on Crime and Law CGA. But we're going to talk about when the relationship possibly could have started and if this is indeed the crime of the century. Not a lot of people are talking about this. Only the young people are talking about this. But we are going to bring this to Generation X and the boomers, and possibly the older millennials, to let you know this might be the crime of the century that nobody's talking about. And how did he get away with it? Did he have accomplices? Did he have accomplices in the possible deletion of the woman? Did he delete the woman? Was the woman pregnant? Was her mother complicit in this? And could younger people have possibly known about this and could have blown the whistle on this? Did he parade this young woman in front of everyone? This particular crime could be the crime of the century, all right? But not many people are knowing about it or talking about it. We're going to bring you the breakdown of this, and we're going to have a video by a YouTuber named Jamari that is going to talk about what is going on in this case. Could a man who was a legal adult been fornicating with a 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old girl and taking her on tour? This might beat R. Kelly's case. And he allegedly deleted the woman. Allegedly. All right, this is a crazy case. This case, I don't understand why it's not headline news. All right, but all right, why is it not headline news? This should be talked about everywhere. But anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. What even makes this case even weirder is that he literally was giving context clues along the way. He was giving context clues of the closeness that he had with this young lady, who her name is Celeste Rivas Hernandez, all right, or was Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He was giving context clues, possibly, allegedly, in his songs, in his music videos, and possibly with tattoos. Oh my goodness. I mean, like I said, man, this to me is the crime of the century at this particular point. And we're going to cover this case along with many other details and updates about this particular case. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it live. As you guys know, we're going to always do it live. All right, we'll do it live. But let me get in here and get the earlier contributors to today's show, because this will be a show. Shout out to our brother. It is Jake Kirian. We're going to call you Jake Jones. Jakirian says, thank you for motivating us men to boss up. Yes, indeed.
Boss up, nigga.
And he says, proud Coach Gang member. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Appreciate y'all for being here. And we're going to give you some boss up information, because, woo, today, y'all going to learn today. The writing has been on the wall, but I've been calling it out. All right, I've been calling it out. The writing's on the wall. It's doomsday for a lot of people today going on. Shout out to Jakirian Jones. Ruben says, keep up the good work, coach. You are a legend in this space. He said, I'm a legend. I appreciate that, man. I am legend. Okay, shout out to Joshua Moon says, should he help a woman that's putting false allegations on her?
Nope.
On him. Should he help a woman that's putting false allegations on him?
Nope.
All right. Tell her to sink or swim. Tell her to kick rocks. Tell her to die slow. That's how I do it out here. I'm petty, though. I'm not petty just to be petty, but I'm be petty. I be petty. I'm like Richard Petty out here when it comes to this ish. All right. Shout out to all my content creator friends out here. All right. Content creator. I'm not friends with any of them. My affiliates. Shout out to those that know me and don't know me. Shout out to the people that wanted to debate me, bro, back in the day. Debate me, bro. Where are they now? All right. Where are all the debate me bros now? They'd be like, debate me, bro. They thought I was going to actually debate them. And I'm like, nope. I'm like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
Who? Debate who? Like, what are we talking about? Dr. Love says, you mentioned yesterday that men today don't think this way about paying all the bills. However, I personally don't think men should think this way, primarily because the women today barely want one damn child. Most women want none or maybe one. Why would I pay all the bills for this ish? This is true. This is true. I actually talked to a young lady yesterday, and not that she was proposing to have a child with me, but we were talking about children, and she says, yeah, I wouldn't have more than one child. I'm like, hey, man. I'm like, bro, what is the... And then, to be fair, she also said she wouldn't have any. All right? So she was like, none or one. So they're not trying to produce a legacy for you niggas. Not that you can afford more than one kid, but, man, yeah. I'm going to the Philippines. Fuck that, man. I'm going to have...
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right? I always tell a woman, I'm going to knock your ass up. You're going to be pregnant like you're going to be a cow. I'm going to breed you like a cow. I used to tell my young little Filipina back in the day. I'm going to breed you like a cow. I'm going to just knock you up. You just going to have titty udders. All right. That's what I'm going to do. All right. Because I ain't trying to have no one damn kid. All right. But in the United States, it's hard to have more than one kid. So I get it. All right. You can't afford more than one kid. But that's what I used to tell her. I'm going to breed you like a cow. But she had a cum fetish. You know what I mean? She had a breeder fetish. All right. So I was like, you just going to be walking around with cow udders. That's what you're going to be walking around. Titties, just feeding babies. All right, you're going to punch out one. I'm going to breed you, give you another. But she had a breeder fetish. We talked about this on Locals. Y'all not ready for this. All right. Y'all not ready for this. But a lot of women have breeding fetishes.
Y'all ready for this?
All right. And she was on birth control. So. All right. But yeah, man, she was ready for it, too. She never objected. She was like, breed me like a cow.
Y'all ready for this?
Y'all not ready for this over here, man. All right. We got a lot of virgins. Hey. All right. We got a lot of, recently over on the Notorious CGA channel, I've been putting out my receipts. And I've been saying it's the year of the receipts in 2023, 2022. I think I was still in Newport Beach, California. Shout out to everybody in Orange County. I was like, it's the year of the receipts. Now, when I put my receipts out, the only rebuttal against my receipts are you to produce receipts. All right. That's it. All right. I'm only going to respond to people like if you're a doubter or a naysayer. All right. I'm only responding if you produce a receipt. All right. So if you say, coach, your receipts ain't nothing, all you got to do is produce a receipt against it and say, these are my receipts. What I don't want you to do is be a detractor. Nah. All right. You're going to get blocked. You're going to get their comment deleted. Number one. All right. You're going to get your comment deleted. That's number one. Number two, you could get blocked. All right. So that's all I want to see. All right. If you want to say, well, coach, this ain't shit. All right. Delete it. Show me better than this, coach. Delete it. All right. What you can do is say, man, coach, I'm doing way better than you. Here's my receipts. All right. That's what we doing over here. That's how we treating you incels, you red pill rangers, you know, producing that. I get it for free ass niggas. All right. This ain't shit. Like this is it. All right. We dealing with haters. We shitting on haters in 2025 in the spirit of Steph is cold into 2026. All right. Because I used to be very patient. with this group of men. I've done my due diligence to try to train you up in the spirit of holding the shield. All right. Right here. All right. But no more. All right. We shitting on y'all. All right. That's what we doing. Okay. I'm in a different spirit. I'm in a different place. I'm no longer patient. My patience is paper thin. All right. But you got to produce receipts against me. You can't comment. You can't comment other than that. You're getting your comment deleted and you're going to get fucking blocked, especially if you don't have a profile picture. All right. You got it. But even if you have a profile picture, we shitting on you over here in 2025 and into 2026. We shitting on y'all. And don't blame me, coach, man. Hey, man, you blaming me. You need to be more patient. Nah, man, we shitting on you motherfuckers in 2026. All right. But you're willing to, if y'all want to take pot shots at me, y'all can make your own separate videos. Somebody said, how do we show receipts? Simple. I'm glad you asked. Story time. All right, here we go. How do we possibly show receipts? First of all, I have an email. I have an email address. You can click on it. Probably you can click on it by clicking on YouTube. Number one, you can say, Coach, I sent you an email with my receipts. Number two, you can send me a DM. I have Twitter DM, and you say, Coach, I sent receipts to your Twitter. Number three, I sent receipts to your Instagram. Number four, you can post receipts on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can post it yourself. These are my receipts. Number five, you can post it to your own YouTube channel and say, Coach, look at my receipts on my own YouTube channel. I'm not a coward. I'll show my face. But when you show receipts, please make sure your face is in the video with the woman. Don't just show me and say, I fucked this woman. No. All right, this is my girlfriend ass nigga. No, you got to be in the picture. You got to be in the video. You got to be all up in the picture, all up in the video. This is receipts. All right, we're not going the way of Mr. Lucario. Where's Mr. Lucario? Mr. Lucario talked shit for the last 12 years. I still haven't seen his wives. No girlfriends, no wives. There's always an excuse why a nigga can't pull out a receipt. And there's all these areas where you can put up receipt. Pull them up. All right. But it's 2025 and dudes are saying, how do we show receipts? With all of these ways to show receipts, you can post to Twitter, link to your Twitter account, link to your Instagram. All right. There's 100 ways to post a receipt. And then you could just tell me, hey, Coach, see receipt over here. Okay. But here's where we are at. Oh, I don't even know, Coach. How do I post a receipt? This is where we're at. We have a whole Al Gore's internet and dudes are like, how do I post a receipt? I don't know, Coach. All right. Anyway, it's going to be a long ass show when I have to deal with you men. These fucking men here. All right. Shout out to our brother. MC Hamster says the Mitch is out here saying, what about love? Meanwhile, I'm on call she's betting on women never apologizing. I'm not sure what that is. He says everything is monetized. Who's to say anything is real when it can be bet on? All right. So it must be a place where you can bet. Okay. Women are never apologizing. Everything's monetized. Let's go forth from here. All right. Let's go forth from here. No, you can't even unargue it at this point. Even the women are saying, holy mackerel. All right. So dudes are still arguing it. They're also arguing from the bum's position, which I don't get. I'm like, you're arguing bum position with me? I don't understand. You could just be a bum and get all kind of broads. I don't understand this conversation. No government name. I've overheard a group of Gen Z women say that if they were a man and their partner had more than twins at childbirth, that they would abandon the woman and kids because it's too expensive and stressful. What are your thoughts, Coach Alini? Gen Z women are cold-blooded and they're selfish. All right, if you want to deal with Gen Z women, these are selfish women. All right, this is very hard to find a Gen Z woman that is for the society, for the family, for the legacy. These women are not thinking about you, and they're thinking about pushing babies through their punani hole. All right. Nah, they're like, no, thank you. They want to keep their little bodies. These ain't your grandmas out here. Gen Z women ain't your grandmas. But they're saying even if they were a man and the twins came, they would be like, I'm out of here. All right. Nope. Gen Zooted. Speaking of Gen Zooted, we got a great Doom and Gloom segment coming up. It's going to be a long-ass Doom and Gloom segment. Shout out to No Government Name. When did it become normal for men to brag about getting things for free? Or did men, especially minorities, always did this due to being poor? Now, this is something that I think came along after the post-civil rights movement era. All right, because if you actually seen that video, I played it several times and it keeps making its rounds. How to sell to the Negro. Right? The Negro mind has always been one of I am a man, right? The Negro was a man at 22, Morehouse man. All right. And if you didn't get your shit straight and put on your Sunday slacks and your slippery shoes and put on a dress shirt, you know, you were bound to be treated less than. So Negroes have always tried to prove their worth. It wasn't until after that, the Vietnam War, the heroin niggies, the pimp culture, black exploitation, where the Negro lowered the bar. All right. And so poor men lowered the bar significantly, and to the point where if I can make the price lower, right, then it's lower for everybody. So it's more communism, coochie communism, not just with coochie, with everything, stealing, getting it for free, getting it for a discount. Hook me up, niggy. Hook me up. The hookup nigga. Right. Give me a hookup. Right. And then people go out and brag about how they didn't pay full price. Like nothing depresses me. Is that a word, depressing? Because I'm not depressed. But nothing, what is the opposite of impressing? Right? Somebody tries to impress you. Well, nothing is whatever the opposite of that is. I can look it up. All right. Well, I can look it up. Let me see here. What is the opposite of impressing someone? Unimpressed. Nothing's more unimpressive. That's what we'll go with that one. Nothing's more unimpressive than a person constantly talking about how they didn't pay full price for something. All right. All right. I get it. Onesie, twosies. I get it. 3-ski, 4-skis, but nothing's more unimpressive than someone constantly talking about how they didn't pay full price for something. I'll be like, all right, I get it, bro. You got the coupon book. Somebody showed you a coupon book and you got out there and you went here and you went there and you went there. Clip coupon ass nigga. I'm like, bro, just because normally what you'll find is that their life looks just like that. Because what'll happen is they buy shit just because they can get a discount for it. Like, but their whole furniture be looking like discount furniture. Their house linoleum floors look like discount linoleum floors. Like they look like it. Their house is all sideways. I didn't even pay full price for this ass nigga. I'm like, yeah, but your fucking living room is slanted. All right, your living room is slanted. You notice this shit? Look at your furniture. I can't even sit on this shit. All right, but you didn't pay full price for it. Congratulations. You're gonna not pay full price for the next set of furniture, nigga. All right. All right. Like what? Like your whole life looks like a discount fucking coupon book. Not that you have to be all fresh to death like me and shit. All right. But your whole life looks like a goddamn discount coupon book. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you bragging about, nigga? Look at this fucking coffee table. This ain't even glass, nigga. What is this shit? So I'm like, yo, sometimes you need to pay full price to get some good shit, even if you overpay here and there. All right. But don't tell me every week how you can get a discount for this and not a discount for that. Anyway, look at your dog. Your dog is fucking limping. You take it to the discount veterinarian. Your dog is fucked up. But anyway. But like your question was, get it for free niggas. You know, I got a disc. And you know, the niggas is the king of the hook me up culture. All right, hook me up. Hook a brother up. Hook a brother up. All right, anyway. What do we got here? I think that's it for the earlier contributors to today's show. It's lean and mean. It is a Wednesday, and we got a fire ass show. But we got to get into it because we got to get y'all a wake-up call. And everybody needs a wake-up call, including myself. So we're going to start with it. Doom and Gloom, CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the New World Order. Coming up in the main event later on in the show, rapper David's 15-year-old girlfriend found dead. Relationship might have started as early as age 11. We're going to have that coming up on Doom and Gloom CGA, but some Doom and Gloom news to see if everything's on par with tracking what coach is teaching you out here. And we're going to go with the first story. More Americans are living in RVs as housing costs rise. Yes, I think I talked about that happening. Let's take you to the story. Priced out of traditional housing, more Americans are living in RVs. Moving into an RV may seem like a way to save money, but it can come at unexpected costs and trap families in a cycle of debt. Not a surprise here. All right, not a surprise here. So we saw this coming years ago with the promotion of tiny houses and RV living and boondoggling and so forth and so on. But, you know, if you watch the videos, most of those boondoggle people ended up getting fucked up. All right, and them tiny house people ended up getting fucked up, but you never watched it all the way down the line. Many of those couples ended up divorced. And then there's one lady, she looks ragtaggled after 5-10 years of RV living. Now, listen, you might be able to save some money, but you're going to have unexpected costs and inconveniences. But let's take you to this particular story here. And this is a new story. I try to give you new news here. This is September 22nd, 2025. And oddly enough, there she is. All right. She looks weather beaten and soggy. And guess what? That's a nigga's child right there.
I'm Pepe.
Right. That is a Negro's child right there. So that is a mulatto. All right. So the daddy's not around. And she probably cannot find the daddy. So there's more to this story. All right. So we got a single mammy. And her name is Andrea Stitt and her son, Dante. That is a niggy baby.
I'm Pepe.
All right, that is definitely a niggy baby. Yeah.
Niggy.
It says they filled up the camper with water in the Southern Oregon RV park in Central Point, Oregon. They moved into the RV after being evicted from their home at the end of May. Remember when I was telling you, hey, coach, these hoes are winning. And I'm like, bro, you're going to see them getting evicted. I don't see evictions everywhere. Yeah, you're not going to see them living on the street, but you're going to see them fall and falter and stumble and slide all the way down. All right. Yeah. And then they're just looking for one person to save them. But it says right here, days before his 12th birthday, Dante Reynolds, that's the son, zipped past rows of tightly packed RVs on his kick scooter until he arrived at a 22-foot travel trailer his family calls home. It was parked this week in Southern Oregon. And it says right here, off the highway. Inside, his mammy was quickly washing a pile of dishes before the water in the RV tank ran out. He leaned his scooter next to his sister's frozen-themed tricycle and came inside to help make lunch. The RV doesn't have any tables or chairs, and so he sat on a makeshift bed cover by a sponge bomb blanket with a cutting board on his lap, chopping peaches and apples and kiwi, while his mom cooked hamburguesas on an RV small gas range. And shout out to the people who live like this. Trust me, I'm not shitting on them. But it is what it is. It says this lifestyle doesn't accommodate things like sitting at a table, his mammy said. And for the single mammy, they will drag their kids into the abyss and call it normal. All right. Instead of, you know what they could do? They could shut up and find a man. All right. They could be obedient to a man, but it's not in their spirit. Now, this isn't just her. This is many, many people. Take a look at the average American and even white Americans. All right. It doesn't matter, man. All right. If you don't follow a man, you're going to end up like this. If you keep making bad choices in men, you're going to get consumed just like this. All right. And not only just in men, you too. You keep out here being sucker for loves and having babies by trash women. You could be out here too. Get put up on child support. You could be out here too. All right. This is going to be your future right here, trying to find love. And it says, childhood looks a lot different for Dante than it did 4 months ago before his mom lost the daycare business she had been running out of her house, and the family was evicted from their 4-bedroom house about 3 hours away. Now living in a roughly 174 square foot RV with his mammy and his sister, 6 years old. Dante's space is limited to a twin bed wedged under a loft. And it says cordoned off with privacy curtains. Without regular Wi-Fi, he rarely plays video games anymore. Most of his belongings are confined to a couple of small bins, and his friends are hours away. All right, so enough about this. It says, I've adapted this lifestyle because we have to adapt, says Dante. He's 12 years old. And so forth and so on. And there they are right there. I mean, listen, this isn't bad living, but this isn't going to be good living. I mean, this is cramped space. All right, this is really putting the kids, setting them up for a disaster. And where's the truck on this motherfucking travel trailer? Okay. And it says right here, housing costs that soared during the pandemic, plandemic, have shown little signs of coming down, with the gap between the median household income and how much income is necessary to afford payments on a median price house reaching a 10-year high last year, according to the media and the data. Yep, that's a Niggy's baby. Shout out to him. And that is a white piece of trailer park trash right there. All right, literally. All right, but it says right here, there's just a huge housing affordability challenge in this country. And that's part of the larger cost of living challenges I think we generally have. This is the director of the federal resources for the nonprofit National Low Income Housing Coalition, or in other words, the new world order. It says it's structural, particularly for the low income group in virtually every housing market. It's there. All right. And there's them hamburger patties right there. Boy, we've been there. But it says, but while RVs might seem like an economical choice, it comes down to unexpected costs and challenges. RVs aren't built for full-time living. So the added wear and tear that can lead to costly repairs like broken air conditioning in the middle of the summer or leaking pipes that leave owners taking a shower out of a bucket, the perpetual moving among campsites can make it harder to hold a job and find reliable child care. It says RVs also don't compare to a traditional home when it comes down to withstanding extreme weather. Flash flooding in Texas earlier this year washed away an entire RV park of 28 trailers. All right, so the point of it all is I've been kind of telling you the writings on the wall in many ways for the American. You're getting squeezed out, certainly squeezed out of the housing market. None of you guys will ever own a house. It's incredibly difficult to do so. We can put blame here and there in onesie, two skis, and three ski and four skis. But man, I'm gonna tell you, man, once you start reaching this level, you're falling down. All right. There's no raining money coming along. There's no help. There's no one here to save you. You have to make good decisions, and you have to be prepared for this stuff. Once you get sucked into this downward spiral, it's hard to get out of there without someone changing their mindset significantly. We hope Dante becomes an NFL football player and he can buy a house for his white mammy. All right. But other than that, if he doesn't, he's going to be consumed by this type of living. Not only the unexpected cost, but the unexpected stresses of growing up poor and continuing the cycle of poverty. So I've been telling you, man, this is going to be the natural norm for a lot of people. They are being consumed by the pandemic. Okay, what else do we got here on Doom and Gloom CGA? More bad news. All right, but hey, listen, I'm here to help you. We have the chairman of the Federal Reserve. His name is Jerome Powell. He says seeing minority and the younger generation's unemployment going up, that's a sign that the labor market is weakening. Oh, okay. No, it's weakening. Oh, so it's going to continue to get weak. Not a surprise. Let's hear from Jerome Powell. He is the Federal Reserve Chair, as he is now cutting interest rates that we talked about on the Money Mindset here over the next 6 to 8 months. New world order.
You see minorities, unemployment going up. You see younger people who are more vulnerable economically, more susceptible to economic cycles. That's one of the reasons, in addition to just overall lower payroll job creation, that shows you that at the margin, the labor market is weakening. I would mention that, you see minorities, unemployment going up. You see younger people who are more vulnerable economically, more susceptible to economic cycles. That's one of the reasons, in addition to just overall lower payroll job creation.
Yeah, man, ring it the bell. All right. I'm going to get a stable job. Okay. All right. All right, go get your stable job. But there is a weakening job marketplace. Let me give you the data here. It says Jerome Powell has raised concerns that rising unemployment amongst minority groups and young workers is an early sign of a weakness in the U.S. labor market. Don't ask me for solutions. I've already given you many. You can join the money mindset and you can boss up. And it says, speaking after the Fed's recent decision to cut interest rates for the first time since December of 2024, Powell noted that groups that are the most vulnerable to economic downturns are Black workers, Black women, and Gen Z job seekers. They're experiencing the highest jobless rates than the national average. Okay. So Black workers, and particularly then Black female workers. All right. And we know that during the layoff season, during the DEI layoffs, Black women was the biggest sector of losers in that particular DEI layoffs. And it says data underscores his warning. Black women's unemployment climbed to 6.7% in August, well above the national rate of 4.3%, while younger workers faced a hiring slowdown that economists describe as a crisis. So they're not understating this. This is doom and gloom. All right. So you have a economist saying this is a crisis. Entry-level positions, which are often the gateway for Gen Z into the labor force, are shrinking as companies scale back hiring amid economic uncertainty. The Fed has highlighted these disparities as critical indicators. When minorities and young people struggle to find work, it tells us that the broader labor marketplace is losing steam. Powell explained policymakers view this as not only a challenge for equity, but also a leading signal that the job market resilience is fading. All right. And it says right here, economists warn that without targeted action, younger and minority workers risk long-term damage to earnings and career path. We will see, as I've been telling you.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it. When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear nobody say shit. When you see me on the corner, bitch, mind your business.
Guys, the monetized, remember when I said the monetized dating marketplace is here to stay. You're going to see, this is going to be a residual effect of it. You're going to see young women go, fuck it. All right. I'm just letting you know. Remember I said, tighten your belt, buckle up. It will not get any easier. Relationships and marriages are going to be difficult. And then Gen Z, men and women, they don't have the money. All right. They don't got the money. You're going to see a whole bunch of this. This is going to result in a disastrous relationship marketplace.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
I mean, that's what we're going to see more and more of it. And this is, by the way, de-evolution right here. De-evolution talked about this. This is not going to help the relationship in the marital marketplace. It's not going to improve. You're just going to see people doing that.
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
All right. So it's not going to be any different going forward. And he's saying this right here. It says advocates are urging both policymakers and employers to strengthen support systems before labor market cracks widen into a downturn. Too late. It's too late. Too late. Baby, bye-bye. All right, it's too late. To me, it's too late. It's going to be the haves and the have-nots. We're going to go from a 3-class economic tier class system to 2 classes. All right, the haves and the have-nots. You're going to have the winners and the losers. It's going to be very difficult to overcome this. It's going to be very good. Now, I'm not a professional here. I don't have the solutions. I'm just offering you trade-offs. You bet to find a way to boss up.
You better boss up, nigga.
It's too late to fix this. All right, we're up Shit's Creek. I mean, I knew this from 2008. So it's going to be hard for us to fix it, especially then when people start saying that the minorities and the women have to be rehabbed here. All right, so that's where we are. I know y'all don't want to hear this shit, but it's Doom and Gloom CGA. I think I got 2 more Doom and Gloom pieces here. We have a guy named Sharp. All right, you guys know Sharp. He was on the show associated with Adam 22, and he claims to be a pimp or a former pimp. Right? I don't know why you would claim to be a pimp. All right, that would be actually telling people that you are committing crimes out here. All right, but you're trafficking people. But you guys know Sharp. This is the guy known as Sharp. He lives out in Las Vegas. Shout out to Sharp. Sharp is gonna echo a point that I've been making about Las Vegas. Okay. And what have I been saying about Las Vegas? I've been saying they're pricing you out on purpose. All right. They don't want you $6.99 buffet ass, prime rib buffet ass niggas here. They don't want you guys getting comp free coffee and drinks. They're done with that because they gave you great hotels and resorts. They built these colossal resorts, and private equity has gotten onto this, corporate has got on this, investors have got into the game. They're not trying to give you free shit and comp you drinks. They're not trying to do that no more. They're trying to get rid of a certain element. And this guy, Sharp, he lives in Vegas. He is going to echo a point that I've been saying. You're being priced out in this. Listen, they're going to offer you discounts, but they're not going to be what they used to be. Let's get over here to Sharp and see if he agrees with one CGA here on the Vegas thing. Let's play the video.
Yeah, so anybody that's coming to Vegas, you might want to come soon because in all them little free up close concerts you like to see them. You know, people hitting the stage and doing their shit at Dre's and all these other little clubs. Hey, man, that shit's coming to an end, dog. They're not playing that shit no more. Nobody's paying for it. Tal, they gonna get all the shit. Excess, they gonna get all the shit. I mean, you know why? Because people paying for shit over there. It's gonna be hard for you to get up in there. Oh, yeah. They gonna knuckle down. I'm like, damn, nigga, Dre's had all the... But, you know, they catered to hip-hop, rap. And they feel like the people that's coming to that, they not really buying tables. They not buying bottles. They not getting that type of shit. Some of them Ace of Spade Magnums, nigga, shit, 10,000, 15,000, boy.
All right, so what he's talking about here for the people that don't know, Dre's is a notorious place where hip-hop artists used to come, and he's talking about free shows, but you can get in there. It's a very tightly packed place. A lot of perpetrating pimps and whores and skeezers there. I played a clip of the girls from Adam 22 said they met the basketball team at Dre's, and she sucked off 7 of them, right? So it's a hip-hop club, and it is known for a rooftop bar, and they also have a comedy club down on Las Vegas, on the Strip, all right, on the Strip. So here's what they're saying. Dre's is closing. All right. And I believe they're closing in November. All right. In November. So they're closing out. And not only that, the Blue Martini, which is another place where older perpetrating pimps go and whores and skeezers in Las Vegas, they're moving from their location in Town Center. They're moving to the Strip. So Dre's is getting shut down. All right. In November. And this is a place where the lowlifes go. All right. Whores and skeezers and pimps and, you know, fake Macs and niggas. But Rick Ross, let me see if I can pull up Dre's recent Dre's events. Let me see if I can pull up their events calendar. Upcoming events at Dre's. And they also have a beach club there. We have, just so you can see here, the type of clientele that they market to. And then you're going to see his point about this. Dre's going back to the basement. All right. So here's Dre's events calendar. They have the Baby, Jeezy, Big Sean, Rick Ross. Rick Ross is always there. Neo's always there. Wiz Khalifa, Lloyd, E40. As you can see, they have a Negro clientele there. But this is the last weekend of Dre's right here. This is Halloween weekend. And if your girlfriend says they're going to Dre's, all right, just know she's a whore. I'm gonna just let you know right there. She is a straight whore. All right. There's no doubt about it. She might sell pussy too. All right, so just for the Las Vegas people. So that's Dre's recent lineup up until their closing that weekend there. So Sharp is saying they're pricing out the niggies. All right, they're pricing out the niggies. And I said that earlier. I said, dude, and it's not just black folks they're pricing out. They're also pricing out trailer park trash. All right, so they're not catering to the clientele. All right, so let's go back to what Sharp is saying right here about this in Dre's closing down and why.
Nobody paying that shit, but there is some people paying it. They ain't paying it on that end. These fucking techno DJs and disco DJs, all these dubstep DJs, all these niggas, they getting the money. You know why? Because the people that they sitting there catering to, they over there spending. They keep getting booked. Come on, man. We gonna go outside and go play. Let's go outside and go play for real. Let's not just go outside just to take pictures and say that we were there. That's the problem, homie. It ain't paying for it.
All right, so people don't pay for shit. And No Government Name was talking about this, about the people with the mindset that don't want to pay for shit, right? They just want to be there and take pictures. They don't want to buy bottles. They don't want to buy sections. But he's also mentioning the white techno DJs, because there's a lot of white techno DJs out here in EDM, and they fill their space up, and people pay for the space. They pay for the bottles. They might complain that their bottle prices are outrageous, right? The drinks are in bottle prices are crazy insane, but he's saying they're paying it. All right, he's going to mention this later. Now, you might say they're done for paying it. That's your, but they're going to continue to get booked. But your clubs are going to close up and go to the basement. And then they're saying the people who run Vegas, who are they going to book? Are they going to book Rick Ross? No. They're going to book those white DJs. That's who they're going to book. So you're priced out. Then when you're mad that these clubs don't cater to hip hop and real music, well, dude, when EDC is here, it is packed full of people and drugs and Molly and perks, right? And white whores and skeezers. It is packed. They're flying all over the damn world in the United States to come for EDC. But when it comes to these clubs, the lower marketplace, when they find out that they're raising why are they raising the price? Because, well, y'all not buying shit. And y'all complaining about paying for shit. Like I said, they're pricing you out on purpose, right? It's not an accident. People don't want to believe me.
That's why, hip hop and rap and shit like that in Vegas is why it never thrives. Vegas is a get money city. If it's not making money, they get that shit the fuck gone.
Gone. Facts. They get it gone. So when people start complaining, realize what class you are, right? What class you are. They're trying to price that class out. They don't want you here. There's a whole dude. Like, I wish I could think of some of these DJs that are here. All right. Some of the what they call the white and the Asian DJs. Somebody mentioned some Stephen Aoki. All right. That's the type of shit that goes on here. And they're doing fine. All right. They're gonna do fine. Let me see if I can pull them up in Las Vegas. He's in here in Vegas. What are the tickets to go to his show? Let's see what the tickets cost to go to his show. Let me see tickets here this weekend. 2 tickets. Yeah, I mean, to get VIP for a male, it's $200. But of course, to see Rick Ross, it's free at Dre's, but nobody buys bottles. You see what I mean? So I've been saying that the Vegas thing is an intentional price out of a certain group of people. All right, that's all. That's what it is. And then you guys are going to complain and think Vegas is going to die. And I'm like, nah, it'll be all right. I mean, they might struggle a little bit. But they're not going to cater to the lower bottom price people. All right, they're not doing that anymore. And even if they collapse, they don't care. They would rather collapse than to cater to this group. It was $30 to see Rick Ross. All right, as opposed to it's almost $200 to get a VIP area for this right here. But when people get it for free, ass niggas, you're gonna realize who they cater to real quick. All right, shout out to Sharp there. And we have Donald Trump. All right, Donald Trump making it Doom and Gloom CGA. Apparently, you guys haven't heard. I tried to announce this yesterday. So did Donald Trump try to announce this. But what they're doing is they're going to target Tylenol against autism. All right, so there's a connection that Donald Trump's administration is trying to connect autism to Tylenol. Now, Donald Trump tried to make this announcement and couldn't pronounce it, so I couldn't pronounce it either. However, that has led to pregnant women doing Tylenol challenges to consume as much Tylenol they can while they're pregnant. All right, let's take you to the video here. This shows you the average dumb, dim-witted American. All right, this is why I have no faith in human beings. Here we go.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Oh, the humanity.
Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol during pregnancy, can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
All right, shout out to Donald Trump with the
You big dummy.
All right, yeah, it sounds like me yesterday trying to pronounce it. All right, so I don't feel so bad. All right, Trump's a billionaire and the president. I couldn't pronounce it either. All right, what else happening here?
Good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism. That have no autism.
Mm-hmm.
Does that tell you something? That's currently, is that a correct statement, by the way?
So that is the big announcement that got made yesterday. Now, I would also like to point out that it's been known for a while that pregnant women should not take Tylenol
for real,
unless you really, really need to. Like you said,
dude, when my then wife was pregnant, that was known back then. That was not a misnomer. All right, that people knew this information back when my kids were born.
You have a super high fever or something. And that's been known for a while. But now we have apparently some studies showing that it definitely might cause some bad stuff for your baby. So I think, this is great. It's good to know these kinds of things, right? Well. Guess what? Over on TikTok, the crazy reveals itself.
Here we go.
People are filming themselves taking Tylenol on TikTok. Because remember Chris Pratt talked about this in his interview with Bill Maher about how crazy these people can be and how they will, he said not to do this, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. Well, guess what? That's happening. So now
here we go.
I'm going to show you more than this, but here's just one example.
Here we go.
Here's me, a pregnant woman taking Tylenol because I believe in science and not someone who has no medical background. Guess what? Science is already telling pregnant women not to take Tylenol. At least they were saying don't take it all the time. You really need to limit it. Like, this was already a thing in science. Also, Trump and RFK didn't conduct the studies. One of them, I believe, is from Harvard. Okay, so let's have to pause the music because she's just playing Four Blondes.
Here it is.
But here she is, pregnant,
Science.
Taking her Tylenol.
Defiance.
Probably doesn't even need to take it. So she's just hurting her baby to hurt Drumpf.
All right, so anything to hurt, defiance is real. The rebellious woman is real. So when you're dealing with this, when they have a hate for someone, and particularly they have a hate for men or masculinity or patriarchy or whatever it is, they're going to be defiant in it, and they will do things that will even harm not only themselves but their offsprings. All right, so now your kid's got to go to school with this kid, with this helmet dweller. All right, with this special ed kid, possibly. Okay, here we go right here. So they out here taking the medicine. Let me see here. We got more women out here. There's another one taking Tylenol while pregnant. Yep, I'm just
you big dummy.
Now all of a sudden we have this guy.
Here's William.
All right, and now she got to take care of this kid for 35 years.
Tylenol for my headache while pregnant because I don't take my medical advice from a man who doesn't have a degree in science, healthcare, or medicine, and who had a parasitic brain infection and was addicted to heroin for 14 years. Yeah, I'll trust my doctors who have their degree.
And they probably
all right, so shout out to fair use here. Oh my goodness, I took Tylenol my entire pregnancy. My son has autism. I gave it to him. Yep, there it is. I won't even need to play the video there. And yep, that typical. Who knocked these women up? All right, who knocked these women up? But somebody's knocking them up. I can't help you guys. That's Doom and Gloom CGA. I told you it was going to be a long one. We had a lot to cover. Idiots going on in today's world. Do me a favor. Give me the likes. Don't pass a scroll. Mugga below. We need a like campaign going on right here. We got 1,600 viewers, only 500 likes, 494 to be exact. Thank you for hitting the like button to the 494 people that hit that like button. Let's do a like campaign and get that to at least 800. We need to catch up. All right, at least half the viewers. Let the likes look like the viewership, that would be very good. So more people can get notified. The likes are free for you cheap niggas. Shout out to Kevin G says, word of advice with flu season approaching, consider switching from finishing in her esophagus to her nasal passage. Your protein juice inhibits the settling of inflammatory viruses in her nose, thus something any respiratory system challenges. All right, I'm not going to pronounce that. Shout out to you right there. Finishing in her nose. All right, and make sure she thanks you when you nut on her face. All right, she should be very thankful when you nut. All right, on her face. Ladies, you should like it. If you hide, don't be one of those hiders. All right, don't do it on my face. All right, she should be saying, thank you, daddy. All right, that's what she'd be saying right there.
Okay, daddy.
She shouldn't tell you no. She should be very thankful on her knees. All right, here we go right here. Hustle every day. The adjustment area, a.k.a. no nigs or white niggas. And he says right here, take Tylenol. It thins the herd, and they voted. Shout out to you. We need to get rid of them, and you're saying right there.
You big dummy.
But unfortunately, your kid, it's not going to get rid of them. It's just going to make more dumb people. So it's not going to get rid of them. See, the point is then your kids are going to go to school next to these fucking kids. All right, here we go right there. Okay. We got our brother Kalen is in the building. We got 2 from Kalen. What does Kalen have to say? Donovan Sharp said yesterday that Charlie Kirk was a better man than Martin Luther the King. He pointed out the character flaws in Martin Luther the King cheating on his wife, whereas Charlie Kirk didn't. A lot of great men cheated on their wives. We just don't let it define them. What do you say, Coach? I agree. I mean, in order to be a great man, you're going to have access to a lot of women. And a lot of women will gladly lay down and spread their legs for them, particularly when you pay them. But I don't hold it against men that have had multiple women, especially if they've even been married. Now, the wives, that's the wives' decision. So if Coretta Scott King wanted to go along with Martin Luther King having multiple women, that's her problem. It ain't my problem. Martin Luther King still could be considered someone that has made a positive impact in many ways. All right, despite the fact that you might disagree with him. Just because he has orgies, that doesn't make him less of a man. That's fine. All right, just because he had multiple women and he liked white women on the side and he liked light-skinned bitches. All right, as long as he wasn't taking it up to Duke shoot, which he could have been taking it up to Duke shoot, or he could have been pitching. All right, he could have been having somebody else doing the bending. His whole right-hand man was a homo. Anyway. All right, but allegedly that was shit was going on. But I don't hold it against people who've had affairs. Like not men. Like I don't push men cheating on their wives, but you can be a great man and have multiple women. All right, that's not a big, that whole moral stance is ridiculous. Now, Charlie Kirk, rest in peace to him. His wife was a beauty pageant contestant allegedly for Donald Trump's Miss USA pageant when he owned it. All right. Oh my.
Hey, yo, chill.
All right. Now, that's going around the internets. All right. So, yeah. All right. And it ain't too early to talk about that. So let me see if I can pull up possibly some information regarding this. All right. They're finding out they've done some homework. All right. And anything you know about beauty pageant winners. All right. Beauty pageant. All right. So she was Mahi Mahi. She was Mahi Mahi, right? So let's just say that real quick. Let me see if we can pull this up. This is alleged. Where we at? Let me see. What's Charlie Kirk's wife beauty pageant? Beauty pageant. And so now we see here. Now we see kind of why and where this connection to, if you will, the agenda, right? The agenda, the ability for him to rise, why he was important to Donald Trump. And now we're putting the connections together. There's always connection. We don't know this to be true, but is that a warm embrace?
To wrap you in my warm embrace.
Oh no.
And I make it last forever, babe. I catch a glimpse of heaven when you let me wrap you in.
As I say, all men pay. And she certainly is a paid asset. All right. So this is alleged. And I find nothing wrong with this. It's okay. But when you connect the dots, you connect the dots. So Donald Trump owned the Miss USA pageant, right? And so I think it was the Miss USA pageant. The Miss USA pageant was owned by Donald Trump before his presidency. And this is when I believe he was talking about you can let them grab him in the pussy. All right. That's what. All right. You can remember he was talking about that. All right. He was talking about that. That was right around that time. And he had to sell his Miss USA pageant, obviously, to become the president and line up. But she was Miss Arizona, all right, for his Miss USA pageant. And so she eventually was granted access to Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Kirk didn't pull her by just being Charlie Kirk, right? You know what I mean? And this doesn't matter. This is not about Charlie Kirk either. But once you realize and figure out what's going on behind the scenes, you realize what mahi mahi is. You realize that all men pay. You realize that you just can't get what people would consider a beautiful trophy wife just being you. So what did he have to do? So this is why you now see this. Now you can kind of put, oh, wow, Donald Trump was favorable to Charlie Kirk, why Charlie Kirk was helping Donald Trump. He put her on. And a lot of times there's women pulling strings in the background. Like you guys might get a beautiful woman and realize she can put you in position to make contacts, right? And then she knows more people in the industry. And this is clearly a case of that, where Charlie Kirk was able to make contacts, and it was mainly possibly through his connection through his wife, right? And so now the wife can put her in contact with so-and-so and so-and-so. This is the power of a beautiful woman, okay? Not only this, Nancy Reagan, Barbara Bush, same thing, okay? It has always been the case, and this is particularly the case where men try to minimize the importance of a woman. But you got to realize there was a time where women just couldn't ascend to the heights and be in the front. All right. They had to have the husband be the puppet. And I'm not saying Charlie Kirk was a puppet, but what I'm saying is Ronald Reagan had connections through Nancy Reagan. What was Nancy Reagan known as on the lots of Hollywood? Nancy Reagan was allegedly known as Blowjob Nancy. All right. Same thing as Barbara Bush. Her family was connected. Okay. And that got George Bush in the position to where Barbara Bush could play the background. And then George Bush could be up in there in front. Right. That's George H.W. Bush, not George W. Bush. All right. So when it comes down to it, okay, when it comes down to it, you then see this, right? What you see on the right, and you say, how is she all hugged up on Trump like this? How is this possible? Well, when you connect the dots, you can go back and see, she was a beauty pageant contestant for his organization, allegedly. All right, with her, there's her bolt-ons there. So now you see it. Now you see it. And that's just, I see nothing wrong with it. All right, I see nothing wrong with it. All right, because that is the way of the world. That's how you know, some women do got connects. Some women got connects. This is allegedly her right here in the pageant. Let's see what we have here for people who want proof. This is allegedly her right here.
Erica Franze, 23, Arizona.
All right, so she announces herself as Erica Franze, which is Erica Kirk right there, Charlie Kirk's widow, Miss Arizona 2012. Okay, so it's not, you know, it's not a surprise right there, where now you see where that strong connection comes from. Why he was able to kind of ascend to heights and make connections to be able to get to the position he was, right? So that's a typical Scottsdale, Arizona snow bunny.
Cameron Diaz, you're not on a yacht when you're Arizona.
All right. Let me turn down the volume here because, yeah, and that's a beautiful, what would be considered a prime trophy wife for Americans. All right, prime American trophy wife. It's okay. All right, it is okay, but that's the way of the world right there. You're not just gonna score you a wife without having connections, and that costs money right there. A woman like that, you're gonna have to have money, and you know a lot of women do become source of motivations to push as far as you can, push as far as you can to become successful. Right? Typical Arizona flatback right there. All right. A real American woman. Just let me be he. All right. So when you see her now on stage, it's not a surprise that she's able to handle herself in that way because she's been trained to be that way. She's been trained to be that way. She's had media training. She's had savvy. She was Miss Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, they're saying right there. So to be Miss Arizona, you got to have savvy. You got to have the wherewithal to stand up there, all right, and present yourself. And that's what she's doing. And she's also capitalizing on this by, having her connection to Donald Trump, all right, be revealed there. Shout out to them right there. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun right here. All right, but there's connects everywhere.
Where the white women at?
All right. She was trained to be in that position. Okay. All right. So enough about that. I think that was an interesting development. I was like, oh, wow. So you're not going from nothing to something. You kind of have to have connections. It's not who you know, what you know, it's who you know. All right. You guys crazy, man. All right. You guys crazy. I see some of these comments. Charlie's dad was Trump's architect at some point. I did see that as well, but I don't want to go down too much of the rabbit hole. Okay. But they are going down the rabbit hole. This is some of the Gen Z's first conspiracy theory, because they're saying right here, this is the dad of Charlie Kirk. His father is an architect who was involved in the construction of the Trump Tower. Okay. Hey, listen. I cringe. All right, to go down that rabbit hole. I'm not the one. New. But connections. All right, connections are important in life. Let's just say that. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Okay, what do we got here? Yeah, it is what it is. All right, I'm not about to make a conspiracy theory about the goddamn thing. I don't care. But all I'm saying is I have a teaching point related to it, and there's connections everywhere. That's all I'm going to say. Gregory, Mr. Smith, Benjamin says, in 2026, the niggy brain, male and female, needs to be studied asapidly. I cursed out a friend because she told me indirectly that being broke is good. He said, fuck all that.
Man, fuck all you are. Fuck you and your mammy and your granny too.
Being broke is good, man, please. Not me. All right. And I've never had that stance. All right. Never. Like, what? You're choosing that? It is better than a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to inherit. No, I don't. No, fuck that. It is easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than a rich man inherit the heavens and earth. No, man, please. You're going to live your whole life like that, bro. You're going to live the 60, 70, 80 years just struggling. Okay, I might struggle in my later years. I ain't going to burn bread on myself, but I ain't going to choose it. All right, I'm definitely not going to choose it. Shout out to our brother, H. Singleton. Chris, he says right here, I also have lost faith in humanity. People are stupid. Yes, they are. They stupid. Stupid is as stupid does. People are dumb stupid. And they choose to be stupid too. All right. But when people have and see no way out, they will do dumb things. And let me see here. Dr. Love says, if these reports are true regarding women taking Tylenol as a TikTok challenge, this perfectly illustrates the demonic, disgraceful, and despicable nature of some of these Western women. These videos should discourage all men in the Western world to stop marrying these psychopaths. And there's 3 things you can do, gentlemen. I'm aim to please, and you can take notes. I will save you. There's 3 versions of women that you want to know that are going to be in the spirit of Lilith, the spirit of rebellion, and the spirit of psychopathy. Number 1, if she's a spiritual woman. I'm not saying religious woman, if she's spiritual. All right, this is sign number 1, that she's a whore. All right, just to let you guys know, do not marry this woman. Now, you can breed with her, but be careful. If she's a spiritual woman, this is sign number 1, she's a whore. This is not going to be any, do not debate me on this one. That's a STD, or she's been clearing up STDs. She recently had a bacterial vaginosis or some sort of yeast infection. Sometimes they get yeast infections outside of sexual transmitted diseases. It doesn't mean it's a STI. She probably got gonorrhea. So if you have a spiritual woman, I'm going to tell you, man, run. Horoscopes, astrology. She wants to align your birth charts. She wants to see, she got crystals and gems and this and things like this. Spiritual woman is number one. All right. That is the number one sign that this woman is gone. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, meaning that like all her, you know, I've never met a spiritual woman that has been successful, like rich. All right. Other than Miss Cleo, most of the time their life is in disarray. They don't know where they're going in life. They're waiting for the spirit to guide them. They're where they're aligned to a man. They're manifesting something. All right. They're praying to the Holy Spirit, the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. All right. Sometimes they'll say they're Christian and spiritual. Man, please. Erykah Badu, the only other rich spiritual Wicca woman. All right. These women, man, that's a guaranteed psychopath. It's almost an always guaranteed psychopath. As soon as I hear spiritual, I'm spiritual. STI. If you fuck her raw, you're going to go ahead and go. You're going to be pissing out razor blades more than likely, because spiritual women are sexual demons as well. So watch out for that. Just write this down. Number two, if she's a liberal woman, liberal, like extremely liberal, run. Okay. Run. And if she's liberal and white, get out. Liberal black women are typically, they're more conservative than they are liberal, but they, you know, have to push their agenda. So they'll align with demons. But liberal white women, run. Run. Take my advice on this one. Do not hang around. These women are whores too. All right. These women will do some nasty things. Now, if she's a moderate, that's different. Like moderate politically is different, but an insane liberal, nah. All right. Take my advice. Dip. This is not going to be good. It's not going to end well. The last one, hopeless romantics. A hopeless romantic woman. All right. She done been a hopeless romantic for 30 years. Since she was 12, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. A hopeless romantic woman. Why do you think that? Why do you believe that? All right. You can believe in love. Hopeless romantic. Okay. Disaster. All right. They didn't have their heart fractured and broken, and they will call you fractured and broken. I'm like, you're a hopeless romantic. You sitting here right now with Disneyland Mickey Mouse ears and the whole Disneyland Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse bride. Most of the time they overweight. All right. These are three women you want to severely avoid. Like that, just take it off. You know, if you fornicate with them, you know, get an STI test. Those are three women you can guarantee have psychopath tendencies and a whole bunch of skeletons in their closets. All right. So I avoid those types. All right. Hopeless romantics I avoid because I'm not trying to get into a relationship. I'm just trying to hit. So I don't even want to have the aftermath of smashing them. Right. And deal with the bullshit coming the other way. You know, it's going to come. I'm like, oh my God. So those three, those are guaranteed. Spiritual woman, you can smash, you'll get a good fuck. All right. But you might have to go get your gonorrhea and your syphilis and your chlamydia test afterwards when you get that burning sensation at the tip of your peanut. Right. Don't ignore that burning sensation or that greenish mucus pus coming out of your penis tip. Right. Don't ignore that. That's a STI. And it came from the spiritual woman because she, you know, she has a lot of sex partners because spirituality. And she might sell some pussy too. So watch out for them. All right. So watch out. All right. I'm just helping you guys out. With this particular type of information. The virgin and incels are going crazy right now. Yeah, gorditas, fat women tend to be hopeless romantics. Why? What else do they have? All right, they have black men and hope. All right, so if they're overweight, and especially they've been overweight all their lives, all they have is love to sell. It's kind of like black men. All they have is, you know, romance and game to sell. They don't have nothing else to sell. No status, no money, no generosity, no balanced life. You know, 90% of black men are just cooked. So all they got is mouthpiece and trying to get something for free in you know, swiper activities. And selling romance and talking about struggle love. That's black men. All right. Fat women only have hope and love to sell. That's it. And They got nothing else. You know what I mean? And then you'd be like, you know, she ain't all that bad. She ain't all that bad. Then you pull that shirt up and you see all of them goddamn cracks on her stomach, stretch marks. Like, fat women don't look bad when their clothes are on. It's kind of like, damn, she looks kind of soft and cheruby. She looks very cushiony and soft. I'll cuddle. Then the clothes are off and you're like, all right, you're like, wow. You don't see all of that. You don't see the flaps and the bra fat. You don't see the saggy titties around the areola, the stretch marks around the areola. You don't see all that. And the stretched out areola. You don't see the stomach that looked like a road map to Edmonton, Canada. And the cesarean section scar. You don't see all of that. And the 2 marks that there's 2 marks where they get the surgery, where they get the lap band. There's 2 marks, evasive marks, that all fat women have when they get the lap band that didn't work anymore, but they'll have those 2 marks, maybe 4 marks right there. All right. You don't see all that when the clothes are on. You're like, it looks kind of soft, and the clothes are keeping it all congealed together. All right. Wait till that shit come off. You don't see the dimples, golf balls, that, you know, the golf ball booty. Wait till you get them clothes off and you're going to be like, wow. You're still going to smash, though. You're still going to hit. You're still going to hit. But after you nut, you're just going to be appalled. Right? You don't see all of that crust in the back of the heel until you grab her heel and you start feeling that crusty ass heel. You're like, damn, because it's hard to be walking around that big and your heel's not succumb to some sort of stress. All right. All right, so there's going to be a whole bunch of crust back on the back of the heel that you're going to be like, damn, you need to get your feet done, baby. The cankles and the varicose veins and all of that shit, the stress around the knees, the knock knees. All right, it's not going to look good afterwards. You know what I mean? And all you're going to be thinking about is that wet hole. But once you finish and you start seeing the varicose veins around the cankles, all right, you're going to be like, damn, I'm really a nasty, despicable human being. All right, people here. Yeah, you start taking her on hikes, walking upstairs, walking across parking lots. And you're like, damn, this woman is actually nasty. She starts sweating and don't never have a wig on. She starts sweating under her wig and her makeup start running. You're going to be like, woof, woof. All right, just. Anyway, enough about that. Do me a favor, man. Contribute to the day show. I know y'all can't see it, but it's $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams. That's near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
I'm always ahead of my time, man. I'm always ahead of my time. They call me Coach Stradamus for a reason. Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. I hit the like button. All right, we got a guy that says passport bros, do not get your flights booked just yet. This guy says you might be able to find a little bit of what you want in a small town. All right, so here we got this guy right here. He looks like a Mexican guy. He definitely looks Latino, around from the San Antonio area. He looks like it for sure. This guy says, before you become a passport bro, try becoming a domestic dude first. Okay, so here we go right here. All right, let's see what he got to say here.
Be young ladies just caked up on a Thursday afternoon, just somewhere in just Kentucky somewhere. I think she live in Kentucky. Just be caked up for no reason in the middle of America. And if you take your big city attitude over there, she gonna love it. You know, that's what they call big fish in a small pond.
Oh, goodness. Please.
You know, this is a certified pog right here.
Certified?
I'm not gonna lie. She got a stripper pole. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's a link. But I'm just telling you, they be like this in middle America. Be caked up for no reason. So before you move out the country, move within the country. Go to middle, because these big city girls, I'm not gonna lie. These big city girls, man, they don't know how to act. They don't appreciate that. It be young ladies just caked up on a Thursday afternoon.
All right, so caked up on a Thursday afternoon. Go get you a small town girl. He said Oklahoma City. Apparently they're from Oklahoma City. He said Kentucky. Do you agree with this right here? This is a pure sniggle. All right. Hey, trust me, man. Listen, she has an American attitude. Yeah, she fat, she poor, she from trailer park, but you can't fix dumb. Yeah, it'll be a good night. I definitely would hit them. But yeah, I'm not trying to, bro, go get your passport. All right. Go get your passport. This is a whole, you can get it for free over here. It's cheaper. You don't have to go across the world. Travel around the world first, and then you'll see. Then you'll come back and look at that and be like, what the hell am I doing? Right here. You would be like, maybe on a slow Tuesday. And she's got a stripper pole. All right, come on, bro. That tells you she is monetized. She's monetized. You might not think so. All right, you might not think so, but this woman is definitely monetized. She out here with her booty cheeks out. Look. All right, she out here with her booty. Look, in an RV trailer. In an RV with her feet out. Oh, all right. This woman is monetized. I know you don't think so. Dudes be like, who would pay to hit that? Dude, I mean, I got videos, but hey, people will pay to hit a lot out here. Easy. All right. And I can't show all that right there, but all right. You're going to be surprised when she charges you $180. You're going to be shocked. All right. And you're going to be like, what? She's monetized. She has a stripper pole in the middle of her trailer. Guys don't hear. Y'all don't listen. Girls like that sell vagina in Oklahoma City. All right. Anyway, some of y'all will buy some of that in Oklahoma City. Anyway, Straggle Sniggle Theater presses on. We have a Ling that says she down for whatever. All right. So let's go to this Ling right here and this brother. Let's see what we got.
Like what made you like be like,
oh,
hey,
you know what come on.
I'm weak. Oh my
you
god.
You know what come on.
Yeah, he came over. I was like, oh, he's so cute.
Smash or pass?
You? Smash.
100%.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Yeah. You didn't get that vibe? I'm dead. But yeah.
Like right now, like you go back there.
Yeah. What?
Oh. All right, she ready to go. Look. These your future wives here, and that's somebody's daughter. She got the A cups too. Hello. All right, shout out to this Ling right here. And
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
She down and ready to go, and Pookie is not ready. All right, she knows what she's there for. All right, shout out to our Asian women out here, man. Miss Ling is ready to do her thing. Shout out to Ling. She ready to go out there. She's somewhat Asian. All right, yeah. She says, I'm ready. Hey, and she a corny Asian woman. You know what I mean? She definitely is goofy. She says right here.
I like to get dominated.
I like to
choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
Yeah, then Z. Yeah, shout out to her right there, man. Shout out to our Lings. I love them, man. Love you long time. Love you long time.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
Yeah.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Okay. All right. Let me stop the music. Is it Thursday? It's not Thursday.
Caught your eye? Like what made you be like,
Oh,
hey,
you know what kind of
I'm weak. Oh, my
you
God.
know what kind
Oh my goodness. All right. Pancakes out and all that. Hello. Give it to me, Ling. Show me.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. So there she is. Pookie wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, he came over. I was like, oh, he's so cute.
Smash or pass?
You? Smash.
100%.
Yeah.
Like right now.
She a freak. He don't even realize it because he's trying to treat her like a nice girl, but she is a whole freak. All right. She a goofy merc freak. And he don't even know. He trying to treat her like a good lady.
Yeah. You didn't get that vibe? I'm dead.
She said, I'm dead. She's a whore.
I am a nasty woman.
And look at Pookie. He's like, I tried to treat you with respect. I was going to fall in love with her. He was going to fall in love with her and marry her. She's 57 bodies deep in the last 3 years. Okay. Somebody said rice cakes. All right. And he's trying to treat her like a lady. Treat her like a lady. When she, what's that Temptation song? Treat her like a lady. Nah, she's a 304, man. She a whole skeezer. Shout out to her here. Hey. She said, you didn't get that vibe?
But yeah.
Like right now, like you go back there. Like,
yeah. Whoop.
Oh my goodness. I got a new sound effect. She said, I swallow, daddy. All right. Hey, man, get her over here. I'll take care of her.
Get him, daddy.
I know how to treat her like a lady.
Okay, daddy.
I know what she needs. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have a woman that says, well, when she goes broke, it's time to do one thing right here. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me see if I can share the video. She says when she's in a bind, she knows how to fixes that bind.
Money. So I do what I know I could go do and make money. I go to a strip club in Atlanta.
Oh, geez.
So, and mind you, I'd never even been in a club
Atlanta
before, ever. Not a topless bar, not nothing. And I'm like, well, I know that I can dance and I know that I look good. So screw it. I'm going to go see if I can get hired in a strip club in Atlanta. So I drive to Atlanta and I go to the strip club and I walk to the door and I'm like, I need a job. And they're like, yes, basically hired me on the spot.
By the way, listen.
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in and that's it. And put the PIN number and boom, money just
all right,
comes
let me
right
just
out.
tell you, man, as a man that has lived in cities with big strip clubs, they always get hired. All right. They almost turn no women down. So they go in to see what you got. So a lot of women will be like, they hired me on the spot. This is not impressive. Right. They hire almost any woman. All right. And then they'll see what you got. And then they'll start giving you the noon shift. All right. 6 a.m. All right. When everybody going home. So don't act like you was somebody because they hired you on the spot. All right. But she done took them flatbacks, them pancakes to Atlanta strip club. And yes, not all strip clubs are niggy strip clubs. So yeah, there's that. But she said, I got in the bind. First thing I did was sell some pussy.
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in and that's it. And put the PIN number and boom, money just comes
all right.
right
And
out.
yes, now you're stripping at noon. All right. I know you don't want to feel like stripping at noon, but the club is going to be empty. Good luck. Somebody's mama.
So I started on the day shift the next day. I had to go.
See, she started. I wish I could rewind it. She started on a day shift the next day. Not surprised. This is not a surprise. All right. You were hired on the spot and you were day shift the next day. All right. We predicted this and it came true.
Go buy like clothes. Like I went to this little dance store that was down the street. I bought the shoes, I bought the outfit, and I start on the day shift the next day. And the manager ordered a table dance from me. I didn't even know what that meant.
All right, the manager ordered the table dance because it was plumb fucking empty in there. There's nobody in there but some married guy on his lunch break. And he coming there looking like a whole creep. Now the manager got to order a table dance for you. I bet you sucked the manager off too. All right, he gave you a tip.
I didn't know when I was supposed to get on the table and dance, or like, so the girls are like, no, that's basically a lap dance. And I was like, oh my God, I cannot give him a lap dance and have to like look in his face afterwards. Like, I can't do it. You know, I'd never experienced that. You got to remember, yes, I had been in some drug crowds. Yes, I'd done some things, but I'm still from the church. I need money.
She said, I need money. She says she's still from the church.
Where the white women at?
Hey man, listen. That's why I tell you, I don't care if a woman says she's Christian and she would never cheat and she only bees with one. I'm only with one man. I can be with two men. You know, they'll tell you anything. I can't be with two men at once. My vagina is sensitive. I'm a church girl. I grew up a Christian. I don't care. None of that matters to me. I'm too old to fall for these old okie dokes. None of that matters. None of that matters. Y'all all can go out here and get bent over. Now, doesn't mean you will, but I'm saying y'all all capable of getting bent over. But what I'm saying is don't use that as a, well, I would never do that. Obviously, I grew up in the church. I don't care where you grew up. I don't care what you do on a daily basis. I don't care if you never cheated. I don't care. You could. You're capable of doing it, in my opinion. All right. So you're all capable. And if times get hard, the woman says, I need money. It's time to go. They all either thought about it or they're going to do it, or they're going to find a man to do it with for the benefits. All right. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. As you can see, I just don't talk about black women here, but we have a black woman that says right here that pretty girls are broke. All right. Again, we're just using this to verify a lot of things that we're talking about. This should not be a surprise.
I don't know why y'all act shocked when y'all find out that so many pretty girls are broke. So many Instagram models are broke because they think that taking pretty pictures, going viral, is going to send them a man that's going to pay for their whole lifestyle, when that is not the way to do it. If you are pretty, use your pretty privilege and go start a clothing business. Go start a makeup line. Go do something that's going to allow people to put money in your pocket. That is going to bring you any more money than a man from Instagram ever will. But this is the thing. People see these girls and they be like, girl, what? You can go finesse him, or you can go bag a wealthy man, or a white man gonna want you, all of that other stuff. And then it never happens. It's just an illusion forever. And then 2%, 3% of people, it might happen to, but they get treated like who knows what. So
again, Diddy,
use your pretty privilege to make money. Use your pretty privilege to start a business selling digital products.
Guys, it doesn't matter.
You get it through your
All right.
thick skull that I'm broke.
Let me help you out, ma'am. Even if you're pretty, you're still gonna have to fuck somebody. All right, Madonna. Look at that one woman. She had a corporate company. She had to fuck a couple of investors, and before she went to jail and got pregnant. And she was supposed to be the Steve Jobs. Okay, look at Jenny from the block, Jennifer Lopez. They all gotta fuck somebody. I don't care. Look, you can be pretty. You can start a clothing line, a makeup line. Look at Chanel, Coco Chanel. She was a sugar baby for the Nazis. Look at the woman that came up with the Bumble app. She had to sleep with the main investor that invested all of the seed money, the suck seed money, for her to start Bumble. You still gonna have to fuck somebody. Yeah, Theranos. What's her name? Elizabeth Holmes. Ladies, y'all still gonna have to give up the leg. Okay, so you're not getting around this. You're still gonna have to sleep with somebody with some money. All right, so yeah. We were just talking about another person doing this. You're still gonna have to do it. Marilyn Monroe. It don't matter. You're gonna have to lay on your back and get papped out. All right, and you know, this is not new information. I've been telling you this information for quite a long time, but she's trying to motivate the girly girls. Look at the white woman that was just up there. I was in the church, but broke and stripping. Right, yeah. Look at Kamala Harris. All the girls that got Academy Awards with Harvey Weinstein. All right. So
I'm not going to say what race, what people. Hey, we know I can't
at the
say
end of the
that.
day, hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. You still gonna have to put hands on your knees. What about the woman that was the Betty Crocker of her day? Before, what about Martha Stewart? What about the other girl that was the spy? She was a sex spy. All right, Julia Child. Okay. You still have to put hands on your knees. All right. So yeah, man. Yes, most pretty girls are broke. But where this is an educational point. This is the educational point that I want to talk about. Joy Taylor's another example. The educational point that I want to tell you is her advice is going to fall on deaf ears, and here's why. Even though there's 2 or 3% that do make it, the problem she has is that if women don't monetize their looks and then put themselves out there to market, they'll get 0 men. All right. So even if she's pretty, she still has to invest in her look. This is why women will typically still invest in their look and still keep their Instagram, because they still got to go out there and throw that out there in case they, they didn't get the guy they wanted. Okay, look at Sierra. She slept and ran through a lot of dudes before she ended up with her Russell Wilson. So they still have to invest in the look. They still have to market themselves. Let's just say she struggles with her bikini line business and she doesn't have money to invest in her look. Then there's a 0% chance that she's going to become wealthy herself and or have another person invest in her business and or find the man that she wants. Okay, so shout out to her there. Bless her heart. Last one. What are your future wives doing here? Adin Ross, another one.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say
Adin
that.
Ross has your future wives in New Mexico willing to get flown out. The JUCO is alive and well. Adin Ross gets girls to fly out to Miami while they have boyfriends. As we say, not all women are, and not all women will do. Some will do, some will not do, but they're all capable of doing. That's what we're teaching out here. So these girls allegedly got in contact on a stream with Adin Ross. Adin Ross has these girls, as we can see here. A lot of guys think you got to fly out 10s and 9s. Nope. A 4 and a 6 can get flown out. A 4 and a 6 will get flown out by a celebrity. Drake has flown out plenty of 4s and 6s. All right. Allegedly. Okay, so you don't have to be in JUCO and just to get 10s and 9s. You can just go ahead and fold up and glaze up a whole bunch of 4s and 6s and 5s and 7s and 8s and all that. All right, but yes. So what do we got here? We got a whole muskrat on the left and a dolled up 6, all right, on the right. Shout out to her. All right, at least she's trying. So let's see what your future wives are doing, even when you're dating them.
Wait, why don't you guys just come to Miami?
I'm broke. I'm a college student.
I'll obviously fly you guys out.
Can we come? Yes.
I'll put you guys.
We would so go.
I'll call my jet guy right now. You want me to put you on a jet right now? Hold on, let me call him. His name's Isaac. Let me call him real quick. Are you guys actually down or no? You're not.
I'm actually down.
You guys are okay. You guys are down. Okay.
We'll do anything. Me and Elena, like besties. We'll go anywhere.
All right. So as you're hearing here again, this is the point that I've been telling you about money. All right. The money just gets you access. All right. It just gets you access. Now, guys want loyalty and faith and all of that stuff. But as you can see, they're ready to go. All right. They're in front of Adin Ross. He knows he has money. He has an NDA. He has access to get him there. And they're ready to go. They're like booking. No convincing them. No game. No nothing. We'll do anything. We'll do anything. Now, guys want to debate this. When you got to run, you got to convince her to do this. You got to beg and plead to the symphony. You got to run your whole crispy ass mouthpiece. All right. But as you can see, these girls that are college students, these are your daughters. That's somebody's daughter, coach. These are somebody's boyfriend. And this is somebody's, these young girls don't want you, coach. They're ready to go. He said less. And they are primed and ready. Put me on the plane. We'll do anything. Both of us. We'll both suck you off. Pause. Okay, just like that. It just gives you access.
Let me call my jet guy. Yo, Isaac.
What's up, man?
Isaac, I got these 2 lovely ladies from New Mexico. I got you.
By the way, I lived in New Mexico for damn near 3 years. It ain't gonna get no better than this. There are some Latinas that are super duper fine, but they don't even realize it. They live in New Mexico. All right. But there are 6 everywhere else. But there's some fine ass Latinas in New Mexico. They just are few and far between. And if you don't marry them by 22, they're going to be fat. All right. So let's continue here.
See this? I'm trying to fly them out from New Mexico to Miami tonight. What's it look like? What time? What time you guys want to fly out? You guys want to leave right now?
Who the fuck are these girls
Like
you're trying to
anytime,
fly out?
They're ready, like right now, Isaac.
Look, they ready to go. Look at how they're signaling. We're ready. Book the flight. Bring us out. Now, dudes will continue to have a problem with this because they'll be like, well, these are 4s and 6s. Who flies them out? Here's the problem with your assessment. The 4s or 6 are going to get flown out. Okay. Now, why does that matter? It matters because these are women that should be dating the regular guy. These are the women that are really fucking up the dating marketplace if you do the math. I try to teach this over on Locals. So you might be against this and you might say who will fly them out and he's wasting his money and time. No, these men and the women will go, and those are the women who should be getting married. Those are the women who should have realistic expectations and standards. They're the ones, because the 9s and the 10s, there's very few of them, number one. Number two, it would cost him way too much money to fly them out. Way too much money. It would cost him 10 grand to fly out a 9 or a 10. He knows this. But a 4 and a 6, just a simple ticket. All right, right there, Southwest. Put her in the back of the fucking, give her a C pass in the flight Southwest, and she going to come do the nastiest shit after she signs the NDA. Those are the women that have messed up the dating marketplace because there's tons of those. There's 60% of the dating marketplace is 4s and 6s and 5s and 7s. So they're very common. But those women are setting their sights not on you, virgin incels. Okay. They're setting their sights on this. They're opening themselves up to being able to be flown out. Yes, 10K is a lot for a woman that's going to lay there like a Carl's Jr. star so you don't mess up her hair. A 4 and a 6, you're going to glaze her face like a donut. She's going to lick your dookie hole. All right. All right, you'll be palming both of their heads like a basketball like this. Fly out 2 10s to do that. It's going to cost you a lot of money. For them, it's going to cost them $350 and some barbecue. Okay,
it's barbecue in there.
Do the math. He's already fucked with 10s and just realized they were lazy vessels. All right, but he got 4s and 6s, and he's going to palm their head, doing the nastiest shit, glazing them, doing 1 round, 2 round, 3 round, 4 round, all day, all morning. Okay, you guys don't understand this mindset. It ain't about the looks. It's about what he fixing to do with these women. All right, he gonna butter their tonsils and their faces up, and they gonna like it. All right, the 10's gonna be like, don't put it on my lip gloss. The 10's gonna get up and get dressed soon as she's done and walk off with the 10K. They're gonna be there all weekend getting piped viciously. Okay, fuck out of here, guys. You guys in your little incel Red Pill Ranger, they're 4s and 6s. Who would do that and pay for it? Obviously, you're watching somebody doing it. And these are the women that should be dating and marrying. This is why you have the monetized dating marketplace where it is. These are the women that should be dating you goofy ass niggas. But are they? No. That Asian woman's ready to suck off Pookie. And she's a whole merp. Okay, this is why you need to get over the Locals. It's not going to teach you why you should do the JUCO. It's going to explain why there is a JUCO. It's going to explain why the dating marketplace has absolutely collapsed for eternity in the United States. Because this right here is happening easy. Easy peasy. And this woman right here, trust me, this woman will get in the back of Southwest C Pass. No problem. Okay. And these are your future wives after they graduate from college and they hit you with this. Let me tell you the difference.
And that's
when you fly out of 10, you got to put her on a jet suite. You got to put her on a business class. She'll be like, I'll do nothing less on business class. These bitches will be on a C Pass in Southwest and not complain. Be happy as a motherfucker meeting you at that baggage claim. Just happy to be there from New Mexico. We in the big city, girl. We about to do it. Sign this NDA. But a 10 or a 9 will be like, fly me to London, put me on a jet suite, put me on a charter, put me on a business class. This bitch on Group 8 on United. Cool. All right, easy peasy. All right, so anyway, let me play the rest of the video. And look, they smiling ear to ear, grinning, because they don't get these offers that much. So they gonna come in and put that work.
Is it?
All right, let me get back to you then and see what's happening.
What's the jet cost going to cost? Like 30 bands for a quick one way? What is it?
Oh,
let me check to see what's. Let me see a video.
Let's get them taken care of. Champagne, set up beds for them, set up music for them, set up food, catering, all that. Let's get them sweets, chips, all that shit.
He lying. He about to get him that group 8 on United.
Let's make sure they're having a good time on that plane.
Okay.
All right, brother, get back to me.
I will.
All right, my guy's on it right now. So you two are down to fly out tonight.
Yeah.
Damn. Uh-oh. Now this is where it's gonna get messed up. They're down to fly out tonight. Now watch this.
I would so go. Wait, this is so.
Wait, what do you mean you would so go? What do you mean you would so go? You don't want to go now?
I would go. Yes. We would go. Wait, are you like live right now on one of your streams? Or you just like doing it for shits and gigs?
I just do it for shits and giggles. I like to meet people and just talk.
Good. Okay. I don't want to be on the live. I was like, wait, let me watch what I say.
Yeah.
Oh, you see this? Let me watch what I say. Are we on live? Let me watch what I say. Because if everybody knew how much of a skank we are, now all of a sudden, boom. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, but you have a boyfriend though.
Well, okay. Well, they're not together. We're not together.
Uh-oh. You sure you're not together?
I know they're not together. She's just stupid. Lauren.
Tell me the rundown. Tell me the real rundown here. Give me the rundown.
Okay, so basically what happened is like I came to college, like he didn't go to college. And well, it all started with this internship with the UNM football team. And
wait, why don't you guys just come to Miami?
See? Oh no. All right, so let's explain what's there. Okay. Boy, we got a lot of skeezing going on here. Wow, that was a tap dance.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, yeah, man.
Damn. So what happened was she left Truth and Consequences, TRC, New Mexico. She went up to the big town in Albuquerque. He's down in TRC. He's down in Silver City. He's down in Las Cruces. She's up in college. He didn't leave college. He didn't leave to go to college, but they're still boyfriend and girlfriend. The friend knows they're not together. Why? Because the friend knows that the girl is an intern for the football team in New Mexico. You know what's happening with them? This is what's happening. At the dorm, she's sucking off the whole basketball team. Okay, and Steve Alford and them. All right, hold on for a second. She's sucking off the whole basketball team. So it started off with the internship with the football team that obviously the boyfriend was not comfortable with. But the friend knows she already been sucking off people at the dorm. But she also knows that the boyfriend still thinks they're boyfriend and girlfriend. So she said it's kind of complicated. I know she's single, but the boyfriend doesn't. The boyfriend's still in his small town in Deming, New Mexico, and Hatch, still thinking that they're boyfriend and girlfriend, but they out here. And then they about to get flown out. That's why she wanted to know, wait, are we live? She was the one. And guess what? She's the 4. Right? So even though she has a little boyfriend, it didn't matter. Monkey barring. All right. She's still ready to go at the first chance she can get to get skeezed. Boy, oh boy, it's an evil world we live in. Man, shout out to you young brothers out here. She been getting skeezed out the whole college semester. Sheesh. Good luck, gentlemen. That Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Man, good luck. Ladies are like, coach, but not all of us do things like this. Stop teaching these guys that. Hit the like button, man. Goodness gracious. I got some crime to do here. Donations are a little small. I'm going to go to the next segment here. All right. People's talking about sex trafficking, this type of stuff, man. All right. The Red Pill Rangers are back out again. Crime and law. Okay. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Like 2 4s and 6s going to get skeezed out by a rich millionaire. Yes, a millionaire will fuck your girl. All right. All right. I'm just letting you know. All right. Well, she's a 4. He can get better than that. A millionaire will fuck your girl. Crime and Law CGA, we have an update on the case between Bhad and his and her boyfriend. You guys know I reported either earlier this week or last week that Bhad got into a domestic dispute with her Pookie boyfriend known as Levon. And that ended up with her saying she was violated domestically at least 500 times, which included her being spat on in the face. All right. But we do have an update. Allegedly, they said Bhad has gotten back with her abusive ex that spit on her after he bought her some flowers. Oh, no, man. That's terrible, man. All right. I told you she was going back. Remember when I said she going back? She's not going to leave him. The crash out is imminent. She's attached to that guy. She is literally, what do you call it? He has imprinted her. She can never get away from him. Even if she moves on and he moves on or he goes to jail. I don't know who this guy is. Even though that they'll be apart, she's forever imprinted by this guy. So she can't leave him. So let's see what the thing here is. Here he is right there delivering flowers, allegedly.
Bro, you cannot treat me like that and buy me a couple plants and think that I'm about to just like, no, bro. I get it.
Oh, he's so happy, Levon. Look at him.
Heavy, I just broke my back.
Bro, you cannot treat me like that and buy me a couple plants and think that I'm about to just like, no, bro.
She going. All right, so there it is right there. He bought her some flowers. That is a very, very, very expensive bouquet of roses there. And you can't just treat me like that and buy me a couple plants and think that I'm going to come back. The problem is this is going to be to the death. Somebody's going to have to die here, right? You heard it here first. Somebody's going to have to die in this situation, but you're taking him back. All right, let's see what the next video is here.
He's hit me at least 500 times.
Oh, okay.
He spit on me. Well over that. Levon is the first and only person to ever spit on me, spit in my face at all. Abusers will try to silence their fucking victims. If you're fucking bold enough to do it, you should be bold enough to fucking stand on it. Like, you know, he really told me, I don't hit you no more because I know the type of white police bitch you are. Meanwhile, I've only made one police report against Levon. One. When he's hit me, let's see, if we've been together for 3 years, and March will be 3 years, and there's 365 days.
Oh, Jesus.
In a year.
Oh, goodness Christ. Let's not count the time that you were getting fucked while he was doing it. Anytime there was penetration or role play or domination going on where he was choking you, whipping you, spanking you, spitting down your throat, that doesn't count. Right? Was sex involved? Were you role playing? Were you doing some dom sub? Was it get 'em daddy season out here? All right, what was it?
Get him, daddy.
All right, but she about to think about this. Well, 3 years, 365 days. All right, plus all the times he hit on me. I don't know. All right, she's still thinking about it. All right, math with CGA, math with a skeezer.
That means roughly 900 days.
I mean, you're close. I mean, you took the threes and you rounded them up. Perhaps you need to go. This is well over 900 days. You're looking at 1,000+ days, but that's neither here or there. All right. But she tried. I'll give it to her. You're missing about 180 days. All right. But that's neither here nor there. All right. 188, 190 something days, as a matter of fact. So this is over 1,000 days, but that's neither here nor there. All right. Well, all right, here we go right here. What else you got to say here? Oh, my goodness. All right, that's terrible right there. Let me see. Oh, the humanity. All right, but she took him back, though. All right. She took him back. Damn, Willie Lump. I got to take that. All right, there she is crying there. This is like an I Love Lucy episode. There it is right there. All right, there she is. And she's supposed to have made allegedly $75 million on OnlyFans. and she's crying over this niggy. All right, she cried over this niggy, man. Goodness, man. Look, I was in an abusive relationship. All right, this is why you never believe a woman when she said she was in an abusive relationship. That means she was possibly the abuser or chose to get her ass whooped. Like, this is a choice at this point. And look at this nigga right here, man. This is a choice.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
Okay, and there he is right there. I'll just bring him some flowers. Whose money, sir? Is he a rapper? Let me see what he does. And his name is Levon. That is a niggy's name for sure. What does he do? He's a rapper, they say. Let me see. What does Levon do? What is his job? Let me see what his job is. His job is her. Let me see what he's doing here. What does he fucking do? On Crime and Law CGA right here. Okay. I can't tell what he does. Is he a rapper? They won't say. He don't got no job. Okay, it says he has a passion for fashion. He ain't got a job. His job is her. Right? That's what his job is. His job is to get as much money as he can from her, because I just can't imagine that he has a job. All right, not as his age. All right, but shout out to him. He don't have a legitimate job. Okay, what do we got here? Crime and Law CGA. We have a despicable crime to report. This happened in 2021. I've never heard of this until recently, making its rounds around the internet. We have a woman, and I'm going to pull up the woman here. This is not in the United States, but we'll say it's somewhere in a Slovakian or Slavic area. There's the woman right there. Praise this woman right here.
Where the white women at?
This woman is considered a hero amongst many women. And the reason why, it is in the United States. I was wrong. They say Texas. Let's go back to the original story here. According to reports, a woman performed oral sex on the gas station thief to distract him until the cops arrived. We don't need another hero. Wow. The unknown female hero walked into the petrol station after he started to steal from the register and attacked the staff and began distracting him with oral sex, according to a news report here. Let's read the story. We don't need another hero. In a bizarre turn of events, an alleged thief who was stealing from a petrol station and attacking staff was distracted by a woman who was sucking his. The 24-year-old man reportedly tried to steal from the gas station on Tuesday night and threatened to delete staff members, according to Slovakian news reports. It wasn't in Texas. The employee opened a cash register, and the suspect, which definitely was a black man, took the money from it and punched the staff member several times. After giving the money over, the employee went to the back office where another colleague was. He was able to go out the back door and call the police. The alleged thief then moved to the office where he attempted to get money from a safe, but a second colleague also escaped. It says the local media reports an unknown woman came inside. No, he came inside of her. An unknown woman came inside within a few seconds and began to satisfy him orally until the police arrived, who then detained the suspect. Police told TVJOJ they found the couple in the office half naked and lying on the floor, and the woman said something along the lines of, I don't take him anymore. I don't take him anymore. Officer said the thief didn't manage to get the money and has been taken to the police station and is being held in custody. It's not known why the woman, believed to be a 36-year-old in a from the Czech Republic, nationality-wise, decided to stop the alleged robber within the unusual method. Last year, a woman took a different approach when an armed robber entered her home and demanded she carry out oral sex on him. All right, goodness gracious. All right, so let's see the woman again so we can see. All right, now this might be even a different story in this case. All right, but shout out to the hero. Quick thinking mom saves family's life by giving gunman a blowjob. All right. He was armed and dangerous, but so is my mouth. According to Jennifer Bale is a hero to her family of 4 after doing the unthinkable to save their life. This is a different story. A Texas woman is a hero to her family of 4 after giving a robber head long enough to distract him so that her husband could hit him in the back of the head with a chair while the children escaped. To say I do anything for my children would be an understatement to this point. Plus, he wasn't a minute man, so it was a lot of work, according to Jennifer. When I tell you, because dudes will be like, women have no talent. Apparently they do. Apparently they do. This is all the talent they need. Mouth, dookie hole, and punani hole, and feet, and whatever else you like. On Crime and Law CGA. This is a family show, man. This is a family show. If any YouTubers do a video on this woman, you know they were watching me, because this is an old story. All right. If you see this shit comes on, any YouTubers in the so-called adjacent manosphere do a video on this, you know where they got that shit from, because that's an old ass story. All right. Speaking of an old ass story, here we have a woman that is a white. You got to be aware of these white women, man. These white women are some fishy individuals. All right, we have a white woman that says she wants her husband to lose everything, including the house, in this short-lived marriage. But after she agrees to that she cheated while in the marriage, she loses the divorce. All right, so let's play the video here.
Divorce is going to end us. We're not going to be together anymore, and I want a fresh start. He will want a fresh start. I want the house sold.
Because you want the money, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Now, in your income and expense statement, you use $3,912.46 is what your income is. But again, you're making $22 an hour.
Right.
So that's $45,000 and some change a year, correct? $45,760 a year.
Yes.
So you divide that out, and I divided by 52 weeks, and that's $3,813.
Okay.
Where did you, and do you make any overtime or anything else?
No, we're not allowed overtime.
But this income that you've got up here, this monthly income before taxes, does not include the $687, the $780, or the $599, which is an additional $2,066. Isn't that correct?
If that's what you have on there.
Well, you don't have it on there. I added it up. But if you look down at the bottom, monthly court order child support, $687.
And also, it's not consistent. I mentioned why.
You didn't put that on. That's not included in this number, is it?
Is it not?
All right, this is how they be playing in the divorce court, man. This woman is a whole predator with her extensions and shit like this. This woman's a whole predator. She playing, and she's not even a blonde, fake ass blonde, fake everything. All right, but she up there playing games, and luckily whoever this attorney is grilling her right now. Grilling her, but let's continue.
Is it or is it not? This is what you've introduced as your income, ma'am.
It's not introduced.
Okay.
Because it's not consistent. Because
there's the lawyer and there's the husband. He should have known not to marry this geezer.
he doesn't have a job half the time. His father.
Well, see, I asked you when I called you on direct examination, I asked you what child support you get, and you know what your testimony was?
Yes, and I told you.
No, you just said I want to get it for Sailor. You get $687.
Right.
You didn't mention that you got it for Bryson.
Because I hardly get it.
Well, when was the last time you got it?
Last
month.
No, let me finish, please. I got it probably back in October of 2023. And I can show proof of that. Well, the divorce is going to end us. We're not going to be together anymore, and I want a fresh start. He will want a fresh start, and I want the house sold.
All right, there it is right there, the fresh start. Now, what it doesn't show is that the lawyer tripped her up and got her to admit that she had been in hotels with other men. All right. So she had been in hotels. Now, I don't know why that part of the video wasn't on it. I thought that was the video, but she tried to say she'd been to these hotels, but she never cheated. I never cheated until we were split up, but it wasn't one man. It was two men. And then she had to, and then admit that she cheated on her husband. And then it was a short marriage. It wasn't even barely 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. And she was just trying to get the house She was just trying to get the house sold so she can get the proceeds of the house and move on. And there it is. I just want a fresh start. If you don't understand the marriage wheel and that there's predatory females that will rob you blind, all right, and become filthy, rotten rich on your side, you don't realize what can happen to you. All right, so that's crime and law CGA. The judge didn't go for it. He basically said no dice over here. All right, go kick fucking rocks. All right, that means I need to get to the contributors to today's show. Let's get back to you guys. All right. And she was selling pussy on the side? Probably. Shout out to him. He says, coffee, coach. He says, keep up the great work coaching men and saving lives. I went on the dark side on locals this weekend and found an old JUCO I used to smash. All right. The monetized dating marketplace. All right. Dudes will do that. They'll go over there and they'll do what? All right. They'll find girls that they used to smash over there at the JUCO. It's fixes binds out here. Hey, yo, it's Ace says in the truck, laughing my ass off as you describe these women. Every single one of them I've tapped, and yeah, you ain't lying. Shaking my damn head. The journey you led me to has been great thus far. Looking forward to many, many more chapters. Season 8 about to be litty. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you, man, and your support. Blue Bagger says in about 10 years, these two thotties are going to be like, where's it at?
What happened? Where did all
after
the
doing
men
things
go?
like getting flown out while having a man? Free agent lifestyle for life. You guys got to do your investigation. You got to do your investigation on the type of women that you are marrying. Okay, because if you don't, you're going to get blindsided in your ignorance. You don't want men to be ignorant out here. Ladies, do you want men to be ignorant or you want them to be dumb?
You big dummy.
All right, we got Cash App activities. More than likely. Let me check. We have our brother here. Hustle Every Day says Sierra 7 degrees from Cardi B's new baby. Shaking my damn head. I did see that, but I just chalked that up to I didn't want to talk about it. Yeah. I was like, is this even the story? Yeah. All right. But the industries are small. Industries are small. Once you get into the industry, it's a small, small world after all. Okay. Do me a favor, man. Hit that like button as we continue with this show.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our Blue Chip Mindset on. The window is still open.
Hey, what happened to my camera? All right. All of a sudden it's cold in here. All right. Damn, it's a little bit cold in here. What happened to my damn camera? All right. We're going to have to go cameraless for a minute. Hey, man, my camera ain't so bright no more. All right. That's a damn disgrace. All right. What did I turn blue? All I did was stand up. All right. We're going to have to get it tamed out here a little bit. Now I'm blue. All right. It's cold outside. That's what I get for being on StreamYard. All right. That's what I get to being on StreamYard. All right. We're going to do it live. What kind of shit is this? This is terrible. All right, let's see here. We're gonna plug it back in. All right, this is great. I'm gonna do the show like a low budget nigga. All right, hold on for a second. All right, that's better. Oh my goodness. This is why I don't invite people on my show. All right, here we go right here. What are we doing? Can you see me? You can't see me. All right, we got another segment coming up. It's the evil world we live in, or agree or disagree.
I think we have an agree or disagree. Are you guys ready to participate? Class participation going on. Now the audio's messed up. Oh, I see what happened. All right, here we go right here. Okay. Now the audio's messed up. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let me see here. All right, is it better? Now the audio is off. All right, now we got to do a whole show. Are we good? No? We good? No? Yeah? It's echo. Let's see. Oh, I see what happened here. Let me see what we got here. Okay. Is it better? All right. All right. I'm going back to Streamlabs. This is terrible. All right. It's back now. All right, man. Jesus. StreamYard. Fucking StreamYard. All right. Anyway. Yeah, we got it here. We got it here. Okay. We got it better. All right. This is agree or disagree? Let me see if we can find it. Agree or disagree. We'll do it live. Agree or disagree. We'll do a question mark. Audience participation coming up now on agree or disagree. First, agree or disagree. We have a woman that says women should approach men. All right. She got her boyfriend. Okay. She got her boyfriend from, let me see here. Approaching a guy. Let me see what we got here. Why is it not coming up? Should come up right here. Let me share the screen. Let me see here. Share screen. Where's it at? Oh, there it is right there. Oh, the mic is off again? All right, we should be good. All right, it says how I slid in my now husband's DMs. How I slid in my now husband's DM. All right, here we go.
So I'm about to tell y'all how I slid into my now husband's DMs. Let's go. So boom, it's May 2019. I'm 29 years old, 2 months away from being 30. I'm living in Glendale in Los Angeles, California. And you know what? I was like, you know what? My lease is about to be up. I want to move into a brand new place. I just want to start over. I'm about to hit my 30s. Like, this is my 30s and I'm thriving type of year, right? There's a new apartment complex called Circa that just got done being built right across the street from the Staples Center at that time. Staples Center, crypto now. I look and I'm like, they taxing, but I love it. My business is thriving. I'm thriving. I'm single. Again, I'm just ready to live my best life. So I move into Circa May of 2019. It is now June of 2019. And I decide, you know what? I want to go to the gym today. I go to the gym in my apartment complex and I see a guy. He's working out and I'm like, you fine. But I don't say anything. So I go back to my apartment. My brother's in town. And I'm telling my brother, I'm like, yo, bro, I seen this dude at the gym. So my brother, who goes to that gym all the time in my apartment complex when he was in town, he's like, oh, sister, I already know who you're talking about. My brother's telling me about this YouTuber who does cars. Mind you, Instagram, YouTube, totally different world. So I had no idea who he was. So what I did was I looked him up. I went to his social media and I was like, okay, let me make sure he ain't got no girlfriend or wife first before I'm over here talking about this man. So I go to his social media. I see he has no woman in his pictures or anything. He had a whole bunch of pictures. So I'm like, okay, cool. So next time I see him in the gym, I'll just say hi. 3 days go by, hadn't seen him. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna send him a DM. Right? Keep it classy and cute, right? Nothing wrong with that. So I sent him a message. I said, hey neighbor, how are you enjoying Circa? Because mind you, Circa had just been built. So I know he couldn't have been there that long, right?
Oh my goodness, man almighty. Ladies, can you take a hint and stop talking? All right, goodness gracious. All right, so let's sum this up. We can see what's going on here. All right, so she knew he was somebody. She recognized the sign. She was in a position to take a relationship. She saw that he was put together, right? She thought that, you know, she was in the right gym. He was selected. He did a little research on her. She did a little research on him, found out he was a famous YouTuber after talking to her brother, right?
So now she's all systems go. This sounds like a predatory apex predator thing. Like when men approach women, we're going with no information. We're trying to learn. Women use investigative tactics to find out who the person is. And then when they find out he's worth a go, then she'll put the full court press on him. This is why I say I disagree that women should approach men, because if she's in a relationship and she sees a better, bigger, better, someone bigger and better, she'll go for him. If she's in the gym and she sees a personal trainer that she's attracted to, you could be in there and belong in the same gym. She'll go over with the personal trainer, or she'll go with the Shannon Sharp. So you can see that that's a predatory way. Just because women approach men doesn't mean that they're going to balance the relationship out. Like the relationship marketplace is 80-20, 90-10. If women approach the men that they wanted, it'll literally be, we'll be in polygamy. Okay. We'll be in 95-5. Especially they'll just target the top tier guys. They'll target who they want. And by the way, they're already doing this. So this is why we see the relationship marketplace the way it is. Long story short, she approached him and married him. Now, okay, this is Tall Guy Reviews. Oh, is this Tall Guy Reviews girl? Okay, so this might be the case that, let me see here. Okay, so we know this guy. All right, he's a known guy. All right, let me pull this down real quick. All right, and this is appears to be Tall Guy's Reviews girlfriend. All right, so we'll go ahead and pull him up. If you guys know him, he's definitely a known YouTuber. He's been around for a long time, and he's tall. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, Tall Guy Reviews is 6'6". So she act like she took a shot out of the dark. Okay. So he's 6'6". He's not a bad looking guy. Pause. Yes, that's who it is. So she approached a 6'6" nigga. Okay, come on, man. Come on, bro. I thought she was bragging like she approached a 5'5" nigga. All right. So shout out to Tall Guy Reviews here. That's him right there. And that's the wonderful couple. And he married. Shout out to them and a married there. All right. I didn't really know that before I went on the stream. And he doesn't do much YouTube anymore. He used to be big around yeah, it proves my point. 90-10 rule. And my camera is bugging the fuck out. All right. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Cause this is why I don't do fucking StreamYard. Cause it'll just change the temperature of my whole camera middle of the stream just by me moving around. All right, but agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? Is he 6'8"? Yeah, he's been out for a long time. He doesn't make content anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. What is this? When was his last post on Instagram? Oh no, I guess he still does make content. I don't know if he makes YouTube content though. He still does car reviews. He was he actually brought on what's the brother's name? Mr. Organic. He kind of made Mr. Organic a lot more famous. But yep. Somebody say he's a felon. Oh man, I don't know anything about that. So that's what it is. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, it proved my point that she's bragging about getting the man she wanted, but it's a 6'6" successful YouTuber. And it says right here, you're still wearing that same smile. Okay, I slid, been together 5 years, married for 3. Okay, and this guy, Kev on Stage, says more women should slide. And okay, here we go right here. Kind of similar story to me. That's how it's supposed to be. 2 intentional people. I slid in my husband's DM. His friend sent him my picture telling him that I was moving to Kansas City where I lived. He followed me on IG. But what happened to game, guys? I'm sitting here smiling. Okay, you're such a perfect match. Ladies, did she die? No. I did the same thing in 2010, 11 years married. I support this message. So there you go. When women are intentional, as you can see, they will pick the guy they want and target him. And that's what she's basically saying there. Do you agree or disagree that women should approach the man they want? If they do, guys, most of us are cooked. Y'all ain't ever getting a girl. All right, at all. 71% of the people who are watching today said women should approach men. All right, they should be the ones to slide. I disagree. But many women are approaching. They don't have a choice. So I just think that the ones that they're approaching are obviously going to be most of y'all. Most of y'all ain't never going to get nothing out here. All right, 71% of people said yes. Okay. And what if she's in a relationship? I know people are going to think, no, when she's in a relationship, she wasn't honestly approached. But if you're saying women should approach guys, what if they're in a relationship? What if they're in a relationship with you and they approach another guy? Is that fair game? All right, because you ain't going to have the stomach out here at all. Do you have the stomach? One of the reasons women don't approach men is because they don't want to seem easy. Okay, that's why they make you do all the approaching, characteristically. Because when you approach them, they go through all of this kind of rejection to see how much you really are interested in them. Like if a woman approaches you, you would consider her easier. But now if a woman's in a relationship, like we've seen, okay, two girls that one of the girlfriends in a relationship, she was ready to get flown out. Okay, so if a woman's in a relationship, is she approaching the man she wants? She sees a bigger. Do you have the stomach? You ain't got the stomach. All right. Anyway, interesting conversation here. I just think that society, men should always be in control of that. Men should be in control. Otherwise, if she's doing it, there's a reason why. And it's either desperation. She's targeting you. She knows information about you. But again, it can work. It can work. All right. We got agree or disagree. We have a woman that says being skinny will always equal luxury and wealth in society. Oh, this is going to bring up very, very hurt feelings here. So this woman here with a horrible wig, ignore the wig, ignore the wig. It says being skinny will always equal luxury and wealth in society. She's talking specifically about women. All right, here we go.
Being skinny will always represent wealth and riches because it's hard to acquire and it is hard to maintain. Anything that is hard to achieve or acquire is considered luxury, which is why skinny always remains on top as the beauty standard for women, okay? There are several reasons why skinny has maintained its power and its hold over women for so many decades. Being skinny represents being the ultimate accessory. If you look up why models actually have to be skinny or size 0, it's because they're supposed to look like what the piece of clothing would look like on an actual hanger. So these models are literally just supposed to be objects or accessories. And especially in society, how women are viewed as objects, when you are skinny, you are the perfect accessory to have on a man's arm, which is another reason why it is so sought after. Just there to look nice and be sort of a decoration for the man that you're attached to. Being skinny also represents self-control. A lot of people have problems with overeating, or they don't exercise, or they're not very active, they're very sedentary. And when you are a skinny person, you look like someone who has a lot of self-control, who has a lot of time to exercise and take care of your body. Being skinny also represents youth, and it represents being in your prime. It implies that you haven't aged yet, or you haven't gone through the womanly puberty yet. If you notice a lot of models or women that are trying to attain the skinny look, they are flat chested and have no curves and have no bottom. And what is that reminiscent of? And now we get into the darkest part of why skinny is the beauty standard, because it fits into the questionable child-esque beauty standards that women are expected to meet in society. Okay, so that's why skinny will always be a trend, because it fits into all these standards and all these requirements for women, and it will never change no matter what body trend comes into trend next, whether it's big boobs or big butt, whatever it may be. Okay, skinny will always be in, period.
All right, shout out to her right here. Do you agree or disagree that with her point there? She really did sum it up about what she really meant about it. And she even threw in the child-esque, all right, looking like a young woman, all right. She said child, but I'm going to say a young woman, which could be teen or teenage or neotness, maintaining that youthful look. She mentioned aging, right? It's associated with young. It's now associated with childlike body. If you look at Asian women, Typically, white men who are prevailing thought of the skinny woman, they typically choose Asian women that are 4'9", 4'10", flat chested, looking like a child. All right. So there is that aspect of it that cannot go without denial, but it also maintains longer youth. When you're an overweight woman or a curvy woman, you typically are going to look older. I don't care what it is. You can be a young curvy woman and you're going to look older. And then once that woman hits 30, 35 or has a couple of kids, them titties going to sag and the midsection is going to disappear and it's going to look like hips and titties. She's going to look older, faster. All right. This is why I always tell you, man, if you like thick women, grow them thick. All right. But don't select them thick for long term because it's going to be an overweight woman really fast. Now, skinny, then the other points that she wants to make that I want to highlight is the idea that the woman's an accessory. Right. So this is why you do see that there are a lot of women that people choose that are thick, curvy, and the styles will trend in and out. In the 80s, big breasts trended in, where big breasts for America. By the way, we're only talking about America. We're not talking about anywhere else. We're talking about America and recently. Okay. Big boobs were not always the standard. All right. Then the 80s came and the big fake boobs came. Remember those like gigantic boobs in the 80s and 90s. Then butt came in the mid to late 90s all the way to the 2000s and then in the Kim Kardashian. Then butts became more prominent. Those are phases, right? Those are phases that have happened here. But then also when it came talk about selecting a mate, you go to certain neighborhoods, higher wealth, the woman is kind of almost skinnier. So it's considered a luxury. Typically men that are successful use women as accessories. Right? They use women as accessories because they're status symbols, success symbols, trophy wife. So not only is their neighborhood, their car, their house, their boat a status symbol, also are the wives and the women are status symbols. This is why you typically will see this happening. Let's look at the comment section to see what's going on here, just so we can see it. We have the women are mad about this, by the way. Also, for men that say, but I prefer curvy women, these are typically going to be Latina or Black women, and these are less than luxury women. These are poor women. Most of the time, this is poor or middle class, hardworking women. These are very few chances, depending on where you live, you're going to see these women as luxury items. But these women will be fucked on. Bed wenches. Bed wenches could be used as fuck toys. Curvy women tend to be used as fuck toys, not getting married. BBL attracts low quality men, not high quality men, typically. So when people say, well, curvy is in, these are typically for Blacks, minorities, and all that. Okay. All right. So it's not typically for people that have made it successfully or aspire to be successful. Let's see what we got here. This woman says, why are people mad about this? This has always been the case, especially in recent history. We're not going to go back to the Victorian age and the cherub, why they painted big stomach women at the top of the, Michelangelo's, the Sistine Chapel. We're not going to talk about that. That's way too far to actually trend back. Okay. Skinny woman here, being skinny my entire life and married to a rich man who has an affluent circle. This one says, keep saying it until you feel better, darling. This is so funny because it's easier to be skinny if you're broke. Actually, it's not. It's actually not easy to be skinny when you're broke. Actually, what broke people tend to eat bad food that makes them fat. All right. So it is the opposite. When you're broke, you tend to eat cheap and you tend to not exercise discipline and you tend to take on vices. She actually talked about that earlier in the video. It takes discipline to maintain a good figure. All right. Typically people have money or a little more discipline. This one says, in Africa, though, curvy is celebrated, different strokes for different folks. We're not talking about Africa, ma'am. All right. Everybody is clearly knows. All right. We're not talking about Africa, and nothing speaks less than luxury than Africa. Okay. So I know that there's some luxury places and some very beautiful places. I'm not speaking down about Africa, but when people think luxury, Africa is not at the top of the menu. All right. So let's continue there. I know she tried to throw the Africa in there. All right. South America likes them thick. Exactly. Poverty. South America is mostly in poverty. 90%. We're talking about bad poverty. So again, when people say South Americans, I meant South Americans. When people say in South America they like them thick, poverty, extreme poverty. So that doesn't disprove what she's saying. It actually proves it. Luxury, when you get around wealth, you're gonna not see thick, big booty, big hip, wide hipped women, especially. Somebody said Africa rich. Actually, we're not talking about that. Right now, it's rich and white people run it. Niggas don't run it. That white people been running Africa for 100+ years. All right. And they still have flatback white women and flatback. Look at Tyler. All right. When you see famous African women, they ain't coming from rich areas. You see these people, man? You see these fucking niggas? These niggas gonna bring nigga conversation to it. We said luxury, nigga. Nobody's thinking luxury going to Africa. This is simple conversation. But niggas and all these South American people come in with the bullshit. South America's in poverty. Africa, white people run it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Y'all don't run shit in Africa, and nobody's thinking luxury in Africa. This is not that hard. This is not that hard of a conversation, but losers will come in with this bullshit. Not that hard of a conversation. Luxury, nigga. Remember, we said luxury. Nobody's thinking luxury in Africa synonymous with each other. No. We said luxury, nigga. And let's take it back to America. Skinny means you ain't eating, baby. Okay, see again. All right, here we go. People are very angry in these comments. Yep, the Hoteps are angry in these comments. I'll be honest, you guys, all the happily married women in wealthy neighborhoods happen to be chunky. Okay, so here's another one right here. Now, this again, false. Now, did they get chunky? Yes, I'll go with that. There are some women that are in their 50s and 60s that got chunky. All right, and they're in wealthy neighborhoods. I'll give you that. But I guarantee you their husbands are fucking on 20-year-old linglings in impoverished areas, and they're fucking skinny women on the side. All right, their secretary ain't skinny. So this is a falsehood. This is not mostly true unless they're older. The woman's older, 50 or 60 or something like that. This is not true. This is a false. Look at where they bring in bullshit. Happily married women are in wealthy neighborhoods happen to be chunky. False. Unless unless you're talking about Jewish women. Do you agree or disagree right here? Go to hot yoga. Go to Pilates studio in wealthy neighborhoods. Show me the chunky women in Pilates. This is crazy, man. All right. Anyway, people be in their feelings on this one. All right. People be in their feelings. All right. Anyway, 81% of people agree. This is not that hard to figure out. There are people going to bring the exception to the rule. And do not bring up South America ever again. All right. South America is the definition of poverty. Where the people that are going to say South America actually rich? Where they at? All right. All right. Anyway, if that was the case, all these rich guys will have South American wives. They don't. They just fuck them down in South America and come back to skinny broads up here. All right. Anyway, let's come back, bro. People are wild with this conversation. 81% of people agreed with a real flat out truth. Discipline matters. He said they in Miami getting tossed. Getting tossed. He said, where was I just at? Did you see me bring any South Americans back? Nope. I brought 0 South Americans back. They're down there still broke, needing washing machines and shit. Needing rides. None of them got cars. They ride motorcycles. I mean, they ride on the back of mopeds. I brought 0 South Americans back to the United States. I'll bring a Ling back. All right, but I ain't bringing those South Americans back there. I could just hop on the plane, go down there, fuck, toss, and then keep their ass right back down there in poverty. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, my goodness. All right, what are we doing here? We got the next agree or disagree. We have a woman that says there's too many hoes out here. All right, there's too many hoes. Let's see what we got here. We have a white woman here, a whole muskrat. There's too many hoes.
Too many whores now. Like, not in a bad way. I don't care what other people do, but there are so many whores that there's nothing mysterious anymore. Like, there's you can open your phone, whore, as soon as you open your phone. There's too many whores now. Like, not in a bad way. I don't care what other people do, but there are so many whores that there's nothing mysterious anymore. Like, there's you can open your phone, whore, as soon as you open your phone.
See, do you agree or disagree that there are too many whores? All right, a whole muskrat trying to tell us that there's too many whores. There's no mystery anymore and blah, blah, blah. All right, you could just open your phone and hoe. Now, obviously, this is a truth. There are lots of hoes, but the problem is...
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
All right, here's the problem with this. It's too late. Too late, baby. Bye-bye. See, now, don't you think it's funny that they're now saying Instagram's turned into prostitution? The dating marketplace is prostitution. There's too many hoes. They're saying that now. And it's too late. See, here's the problem. Y'all could have put a stop to this 5 years ago, 10 years ago. No, you were trying to benefit from it. Okay? You didn't want men to tell y'all to put on some clothes. You told us we don't need to smile at you men. You told us don't hold the door. You were trying to benefit from the marketplace. So now the marketplace has become too hot and competitive, and the hoes have what? Undercut them. This is what's happening. The hoes are undercutting the good girls who want marriages. And dudes have been comfortable saying, I'll just buy the pussy, right? I'll pay at the hole. Why go on a date for $200 when I could go $200 and go to Backpage or a Craigslist? Now you have the women that can't focus on their career. They're looking to find a guy. See, now what's happening is they can't just easily snatch up a guy off the marketplace. Okay. And they can't just drop on OnlyFans because all the celebrities got OnlyFans. They're being undercut. It's, by the way, I said OnlyFans was oversaturated 5 years ago. So now when they want to go to a strip club and make money, it's too many strippers. It's 200 strippers and 50 guests. Okay. When they want to jump on OnlyFans, they already priced out. All right. They can't just jump on OnlyFans. When they want to go to a strip club and work the night, they get the afternoon shift. When they want to go find a husband and pivot and go find a husband, they're finding 30, 40, and 50-year-old guy just buying some pussy. All right. That's what they're doing. That's what's happening. And I'm seeing more and more women arrive at this conclusion because they're being undercut by the women that have jumped over to the monetized sexual marketplace. They're seeing women just getting flown out and flown back in. And now they're like, these men should be paying high prices. All right. But the prices have been lowered, right? The price for getting sex is not marriage anymore or a relationship. So that's why they're saying that. And I told you that that's what they're going to say. That this is just them pivoting and tap dancing, trying to act moral because now they're the minority. We need to come out. You could just jump on. Men have been saying that these attention whores have been here since 2016. Here she is 10 years later trying to expose that there's too many hoes. Remember the whole duck face? Everybody, all the men in the MGTOW and red pill space talking about these women taking duck face selfies, right? Whatever they be doing. I don't even know how to do it. That was the start of it. Yoga pants. That was the start of it. Women used to have to wear jeans and had to fit in the jeans. Now, every one of these women since 2008, squeezing into them yoga pants. And men were like, y'all got y'all whole ass and pussy out here. And you can't tell us what to do. Okay. Y'all want to jump up there and y'all want to say, look at my new socks with your cleavage out. All right. And we were saying back then, this is going to make more women do this. And more women did it. All right. This is like them complaining about hookup culture. When they benefited from hookup culture. Now, when it's time for them to get a husband, all right, now they want to jump up here on the internet. There's too many hoes out here. What they're saying is it's too much competition.
Is anybody else just over this hookup culture?
Guys, do not fall for this. It's too much competition. We can't find husbands. We can't just sweep up these men. We can't withhold sex. There's too many hoes. Let me play it again just so you can see it. This is just female jealousy. It's hate. All right. And they're mad that the women are getting undercut.
There's too many whores now. Like, not in a bad way. I don't care what other people
do. And not in a bad way. Nah, you cooked. Because now when you were 22, you was out here doing it. Now you're 32, 36. Now you're undercut.
do. But there are so many whores that there's nothing mysterious anymore.
Yep. No, really, now you want to say there's nothing mysterious. Okay. Now women should dress modest. You see this? This is just nothing but shaming the guys now and complaining that they're undercut when she's cooked. It's okay. Guys, never fall for this shit. I hope you guys aren't falling for this. There's viral videos of women saying this now. I've been saying this since 2019. Repeatedly. That this is where the marketplace is going. Now that the marketplace is going that way, now they want to complain. So I agree with her. All right. But hey, at this point, there's no turning back. Happened? Did I stop the stream? Oh, my internet reset. I don't know what's going on. Give me a second. All right, so I got some. What happened? Oh, here we go right here. All right, here we go right here. We got some strag in the back of some Uber talking on my stream. All right, are we good or no? All right, because some reason I can't see myself. the shit that I deal with. All right, the shit that I deal with on this platform. Okay, let me take this down. Okay, let me see here. We're still doing agree or disagree. By the way, guys, do not agree. Do not fall for the bullshit. All right, so how many more do we got? Okay, we'll do two more. We'll do two more. We have a man that says that if you have a failed marriage, it's your fault. Okay? Not the statistics. All right, so let's take it to the video. We have a man right here. He looks to be pretty young, fairly young. He doesn't have a lot of facial hair here. He looks fairly young. And he says, if you have a bad marriage, stop complaining online. It was your fault, not marriage.
Men are saying that there's no benefit for men in marriage. The women are saying there's no benefit in marriage for women. Everyone's saying marriage is horrible or it's hard or it's challenging. It's not marriage. It's you. It's you. It's the person. Huh? You're the one who has to operate in the marriage. It's just hard. Anytime you're dealing with somebody else in interpersonal relationships, it's challenging, but it's just not the way people are making it. The mindset I have going into it is just like, yo, if I continue to develop marital skills, relationship skills, and she continues to do the same, then we have a strong chance. Mm-hmm. But what happens is people actually are not even equipped to be in relationships, let alone marriage. Mm-hmm. Whether it's a serious relationship or a marriage, these things expose the skills that you don't have. Mm-hmm. You've always been a bad communicator. You've always lacked patience. You've always had anger issues. You've always been a selfish person. This is not new stuff. You've just been able to do it by yourself. But when you include another person into it, there's someone you can't hide from anymore. So that person is not going to like the things you're doing. So now it's just like, marriage is hard. Marriage is hard. But like conflict resolution, no one's good at it. No one's good at conflict resolution, bro. Anyone that says I'm standing on business is not good at conflict resolution. No. People that stand on business is just to justify that you're actually bad at conflict resolution. Yeah. And getting down to like what the issue is. Yeah. So you stand on business, right? You stick your chest out, right? And you double down because you actually don't know how to articulate and have a conversation where we have different opinions and different objectives, and you don't know how to apologize. That's important, bro. Who knows how to talk about money? None of us know how to talk about money, but money's so important in a marriage. Yeah. So when the marriage fails, it's just like, oh, marriage. But we never know how to talk money before the marriage. So how are we going to know how to talk money? You feel me? So it just exposes the skills that we don't have. And what you guys said just confirmed that, yo, it's me. These are things I need to work on. And if I work on these things, we'll be fine.
All right, there you go right there. I don't know his name, but they have a Duke mentioned here. Yeah, his name is Duke. All right, so not Duke Shooter. He's a fitness and mindset coach. And he appears to be married. All right, so, you know, early marriage for the guy. Let me see if we can. Oh, you guys can see it. All right, you guys can see it. I thought you couldn't see it. There it is right there. Could you hear it? All right, so Duke right there is this is him right there, and that's his beautiful wife. This probably is a new marriage. Let me go ahead and see where this was. Yeah, this is this year. All right, so he got married this year. So this is typically the mindset of someone who recently got married. All right, I'm just gonna say here, he's not completely wrong. There were some things that he actually was pretty right on, but also, when you have a new marriage, you're in a certain mindset. You guys seen this when Hafiz was debating me, right? When Hafiz is debating me, it was pretty clear that he was in a new marriage and relationship. As I always say, guys, you know, keep living. All right, wait until 8 years. Wait until the investment phase is over. So then you will see kind of what you're dealing with. Wait till your kids get older. You know, wait till there's an empty nest. So he is wanting to make the relationship work. And he says, I have these skills, the skills that he's reporting. I have these skills. Therefore, I have a good marriage. And therefore, God is in my marriage. And I put what's right. But if you're in a new marriage, we do value your opinion, but you do have to wait and be patient. All right. Because you are in the early stages of your marriage. I don't want to be too critical of what he's talking about here, but I know what he's trying to say. But he's in the honeymoon phase of his marriage. I mean, when I was in the honeymoon phase of my marriage, if you ask me, I would be saying the same thing. Hey, my marriage is great. We never argue. She's my best friend. All right. We have a lot of sex. We know how to resolve conflict. Right. I would be saying the same thing in my first 2 years of marriages. Then after you get to year 3, 4, and 5, you start seeing some cracks, and then boom, 7, 10. And then you're like, oof, this is harder than I thought. When you go through the phases. All right. Do you agree or disagree? People are almost split on this one. 61% say if you in a failed relationship, it is your fault. All right. Shout out to you right there. And then the last one, a woman says, most beautiful women are stupid and she can prove it. All right. Do you agree or disagree with this one? And these are their own words. All right. Most beautiful women are stupid and she can prove it.
Most beautiful women are stupid. Hear me out. This is what I mean. For a lot of women, being beautiful is just enough. They love the comments they get, the compliments, the attention. Issue I have with it is, what do they do with all of that attention? Absolutely nothing. And that, darling, is the stupid move. Because beauty by itself is not enough. We live in a world that both worships beauty and weaponizes it. They'll praise you for it, but then they'll punish you for it too. In corporate, in business, beauty is often seen as a liability, not a leadership trait. People will posture against you. They'll underestimate you, and they'll test you. But let that be your cue to act. If they're posturing against you, it just means that you're the most powerful player in the room. Because get this straight, beauty is not your weakness. Beauty is your inheritance. And if you've been gifted beauty, it's one of the greatest assets that you've ever been given. So don't squander it. It only becomes true power when you pair it with communication mastery, polish, and executive presence. Collecting compliments is nice, but it's not going to pay you, build your brand, or build your business. Stop collecting compliments and start collecting opportunities. Because when used wisely, beauty is truly a force to be reckoned with. It can disarm, it can attract, and it can draw in opportunities that in lots of ways feels miraculous. So if you're ready to stop wasting your beauty and start using it as leverage, comment her down below. I'm going to send you your private invitation to my live masterclass this Thursday at 6:30 p.m. I will be
Okay. All right. You're not advertising on my fucking show. I only advertise on my show. Or you pay me. All right. Or you pay me in beauty cheeks. But do you agree or disagree? Most beautiful women are stupid. That's what she says right there. She says most beautiful women are stupid. I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna tend to agree on that simply because they tend to not be able to develop many other skills around the beauty. So what'll tend to happen is these women will be put in front of people because of their beauty, but they can't capitalize it. All right, they can't capitalize on it. And she kind of mentioned that. Beautiful women will be in rooms with millionaires, okay, and can't capitalize on it. But if you actually take what we were talking about earlier about the Donald Trump situation, all right, where the woman married Charlie Kirk, but she was a beauty pageant winner for Donald Trump. All right, you can clearly see that she was able to capitalize on that. All right, she was able to capitalize on that. Okay, so there are some very smart women behind the scenes of many successful men. Okay, that was this woman here. Charlie Kirk's widow was now revealed to be a beauty pageant winner and Miss Arizona and did Donald Trump's Miss USA pageant. So that's an example of a woman that is considered beautiful under certain circumstances, capitalizing on that. She's in rooms with men and she's able to connect people and network. That's what this woman is saying. But a lot of women don't use their beauty the right way. They don't use it the right way and they lose and they end up with nothing. All right. They end up with nothing. All right. Shout out to her right there and, you know, her ability to communicate. She says she has an academy. All right. I'm not going to promote her and who she is because, you know, I tend to make people famous. All right. I will make motherfuckers famous. She looks like a black woman. She's got a wig on, but I can't tell. She is pretty racially ambiguous. All right. Looking at her page there, but she is not fat neither. She's not overweight. Okay. There she is right there, but I'm not going to promote her page. Y'all simps will find the shit though. And then you'll be telling me, showing me in other videos. I can't tell her race at all. I mean, she's Middle Eastern. I can't tell what's going on here. Eritrean, I can't tell. She's got fake contact lenses. All right. And a lot of hair. All right. And so I can't see what's going on there. All right. Here we go. There's a lot going on there. And you can see how she's talking too. She's trying to seduce you. She is definitely using siren activities and she's using super suit. Right. Ethiopian, I would say African, Eritrean, Ethiopian. She looks like one of those areas there. And as I would say, a high class hooker, but that's neither here nor there. And I'm just alleging that she's a high class hooker. I'm not saying she is or she was. That's just an allegation. We got two. It's an evil world we live in. And this is going to go into the main event. We have a basketball player. Actually, before that, we have a woman that says she has spent, by the way, 80% of men or people watching agreed that most beautiful women are stupid. She's from the rich areas of Africa. All right. Africa kind of rich, coach, actually. Africa rich, coach. All right, there we go. It's an evil world we live in. We have a woman that says she's paid exactly this amount of money to look mid. All right. Here we go right here. This woman says how much it costs to look mid. Right? Do you think she looks mid? All right. What do you think? What do you think? All right. She says how much it costs to look mid. I didn't say it.
Needs more transparency is how expensive it is to look this mid. $7,000 on Invisalign, another $1,000 to a cosmetic dentist to make all this straight, $60 on an eyebrow specialist every other month, $500 on hair 2 times a year, a humble $50K on the body, microneedling, Botox, facials, like $2,000 a year, laser hair removal, underarms, Brazilian legs, $2,500. The nail game is at least $1,000 a year. Peloton and ClassPass membership, $150 a month. And just products for hair, skin, and body, multiple thousands of dollars every single year. Stop comparing yourself to people on the internet. It's all a facade.
All right.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right. So she said right here, and some dumbass said, Africa's not a country. Neither is South America. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right. Let's continue. What are we doing here? She basically said, she's either South American, Mexican, Central American, or Pakistani or Indian. I can't really tell, but basically she said, I'm expensive.
Hair, makeup, esthetician, facials,
vagina waxing, everything. That is all independent.
And you can tell she got bad genetics because she around chunky around the midsection. And if I do click on her profile, I guarantee you she's not married to a wealthy man. Based on her living arrangement, we could say that. So let's go back to the conversation about skinny is luxury. She could do all of this work and still ain't gonna find a rich guy. Why? She's short, compact, chunky, or what men will call thick. Right? She still ain't gonna be able to level up. But she's trying to all that stuff she's doing is to keep her away from poor niggas. That's what she's doing. Okay. Just so you guys know, that's what she's doing. So she's trying to position herself possibly to be in the marketplace, either monetized or marriage marketplace, where she can be with successful men so she can price out niggas and poor niggas. That's what she's doing. That's why she's up here saying, I'll pay all this money to look mid. And by the judging her of her talking about all the body hair she has, I would tend to put her in the Pakistani, Middle Eastern or Indian category, and possibly even Latina. So she's investing so broke niggas don't fuck with her. That's what she's trying to do. All right, so let me click on her profile to see what we got here. But she said, I mean, I want to go through it. I've been trying to warn you of this for a long time. Okay, that a lot of these women look like this, and it take a lot of work to look like this, even though she looks sort of plain, and she even mentions that she's mid. Yeah, Persian. All right, so she's one of the hairy type backgrounds.
What I think needs more transparency is how expensive it is to look this mid.
Facts. I mean, I've been saying this for a long time. Now, you could have a woman look mid like this and have none of this. All right, so she don't have any hair, nails, makeup done. All right. And that's typically going to be Asian women. Asian women can get away with far less. All right. Because they're neotenous and small. You'll make concessions for Asian women. They don't generally have to do so much. All right. But when you go to Latina women, or when you go to Middle Eastern, Persian, all right, Indian, they got to do a hell of a lot. Black women, they got to do a hell of a lot to look mid. All right. And especially if they're hairy. Somebody says she's biracial. Could be. She could be biracial. She could be a mulatto.
$7,000 on Invisalign. Another $1,000 to a cosmetic dentist.
All right, that's a lot of money already.
To make all this straight. $60 on an eyebrow specialist.
Eyebrow special for her eyebrows to look like this. I mean, this telling me she's, she could be a mulatto, or she could be Middle Eastern or Indian. All right, your eyebrows look crazy to me already, and they're probably a unibrow. So maybe Indian. Let's continue.
Every other month. $500 on hair 2 times a year.
2 times. That's not bad.
A humble $50K on the body.
$50K. Wow. $50K on that for a fupa. And I'm not dissing her. She's the one that put it out here. So I'm the one to do it. $50K, and she still don't look slim. She still don't look fit and trim. Like she looks regular. So for $50K. So she trying to price certain dudes out of the conversation. Do not ask me for no coffee date. Now, I'm not saying I agree with her doing it, but she's definitely saying, don't ask me for a coffee date. Not a curve in sight. All the curves are in the fupa. All right. Everything else look like a box, a refrigerator, a cereal box. $50K to look like that. She probably definitely got the lap band surgery. Okay. She said TNA, $50K for that. $50K for them titties and ass. I mean, wow.
Microneedling, Botox, facials, like $2,000 a year.
A year for that? That's not bad, but I get it.
Laser hair removal, underarms, Brazilian, legs, $2,500.
$2,500 for hair removal? Yeah, hair removal is not easy. All right. If you ever go through the process of it, it is what it is.
The nail game is at least $1,000 a year.
This is the nails you paid for. And she's overdue for a nail. She definitely broke. All right. Anytime you see this right here, describe what this is. She's overdue for nails. She definitely didn't prepare for this video. I'm not letting you get away with that. Those nails have a lot of new growth down in that area right there. Let's continue.
Here, Peloton and ClassPass membership.
All right. So there it is. This is the Pilates Peloton class where she goes around wealthy women and she tries to compete with them and the men that they can attract.
$150 a month. And just products for hair, skin, and body, multiple thousands of dollars every single year. Stop comparing yourself to people on the internet. It's all a facade.
Yeah, she need a refill on them nails. That's what she needs. And that's going to cost somebody a smooth 200 grand. I mean, I'm sorry, 200 grand, $200. All right. Do you, that's an evil world we live in. Just to look like that. She's competing.
It's an evil world we live in.
But a lot of guys aren't going to get access to that. She's going to look easy and mid and doesn't look like she's high maintenance, but she literally just said, I'm high maintenance. All right. So in her mind, let me see here. Oh, man. We about to see this page here. Yep. Oh, my God. Hold up for a second.
Oh, the humanity.
She definitely got lap band surgery. So that's where the 50K went. All right. Oh, no. Oh, okay. She's over here. She's not the other one, but that's her Gordita sister. She got a tummy tuck. Yep. Tummy tuck scars. As I said. All right. She got a tummy tuck. So, she definitely is Mexican. She definitely is Mexican. I'm going to go with Mexican or Latina. Where's the scars that I have the tummy tuck? All right, that I talked about. She don't have the tummy tuck scar. Let's see here. She must have children too. Let me see if she has kids. Yeah, she done lost some weight. Waist trainer. Boy, this woman is, man, she hanging on for dear life. Yep, there it is. I told you. She Latina. All right, Gordita. Gordita. I knew she lost weight. Tummy tuck, lap band surgery, Gordita. All right, that's why she wants it right there. Gordita. All right. And genetics is a motherfucker, man. Genetics ain't gonna help. Genetics is bad in that community. So if you're competing for higher tier men and you built like that as a Gordita, this is her before. This is 2023 versus today. 10K. Gordita. So there's the 50K right there. Now you see why it's 50K. All right. Shout out to her. By the way, she's the one that put it out here. I'm not body shaming her. She called herself mid. All right, last one on this evil world we live in. And then we got the main event coming up here. Boy, am I hungry. Talking about chips and salsa and guacamoles and arroz con pollo. And she's a nurse. All right, what do we got here? It's the evil world we live in. An NBA player who's been making his rounds around podcasts, doing semi-red pill rage material. His name is Michael. I can't remember his name all of a sudden. All right, hold on for a second. Why did I not mention his name? Michael Porter Jr. is his name. All right, he was a prospect coming out of college. I think he played at Missouri, you know, when the players had to play 1 year. All right, I believe he played 1 year and got injured. Still draft pick. He would have had a better stellar career if he not got injured coming out of college. He's been doing good. He played for the Denver Nuggets when they won championships, at least 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken. And he now plays for the Brooklyn Nets. All right, he now plays for the Brooklyn Nets this year. He's signed over there. And he's been going feral really a lot recently. And much of his takes have been somewhat red pill adjacent. This was to be interesting because he's on a podcast that says NBA player worth over $200 million shares why he splits rent with his girlfriend. Right, he splits rent with his girlfriend, and we're going to talk about this because I think people miss the point. So I said, Nets, you're out of the league. Yeah, it's pretty much over when you're with the New Jersey Nets, all right, or the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets are still the Nets. All right, so it says right here on the Respectfully podcast why he splits rent with his girlfriend.
I know you're not worth $200 million and was splitting rent with your girlfriend.
You talking about that I should pay for the whole thing?
Absolutely. Hold on. $200 million deal and you were splitting rent with your ex-girlfriend?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? The right decision. You worth $200 million. Her rent was probably $3,000, bro.
Okay, but
she's killing herself to make half, and then she always with you.
But look,
how is she even
if you willing?
that
Okay. So basically, she's looking around. she's looking around for her apartments. and she came across one, but it was way out of her price range. It was like double what she could afford. So I was like, you know, this is really nice. I want you to be able to stay here. I want to be able to pull up and stay here. You know what I'm saying? Like, what can you afford? And I'll split it. I'll pay the rest. So
Right.
I ended up doing that. And I was like, yo, whatever happens. And I want the people's advice on this too, because I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna give. I am the.
So basically, bruh, I said whatever happens in this relationship for the next year, I'm committed to paying this rent.
You're a
like
year
paying
by
this
year guy. You committed to the NBA year by year. You committed to your
I'm like,
woman year by
because
year.
I'm like, I don't know if we're
1 year
gonna be together. I don't
contract.
know if this is my wife. I don't know if it's not. So I'm like, okay, for this next year, I got you. Whatever happens, we could break up. I got you for this next year. I'll split rent with you.
You can into it with the wrong mindset though.
I know, but brother, I don't know. I just didn't know. So then
I'm gonna stop him right here. And he probably watches the show. He's now red pill adjacent. I think people miss this point, and this is gonna be important. Is that he has a girlfriend, obviously, and she lives somewhere. We don't know where she lives, but he's paying a portion of the rent for the girlfriend who couldn't afford the full rent. Okay. Now let me see where people missed it, because it sounds like a 50-50 relationship, but it's not. All right. And I think people missed it. He's not paying rent where they stay together. He's paying half the rent where she lives. Okay. And I think people miss that, even in the comment section. He's not paying 50% of the rent where he and her lives. He's paying 50% where she lives. I'm going to play it again because people are thinking he's going drizzle. He's paying her rent. He has a different place that he lives. All right. And I'm going to show you where that was picked out. All right. But guys are looking at this. That's right. Make her pay her half. He's paying half the rent where he pulls up. Yes, exactly. Not to where he lives with her. So let me go ahead and refresh that, where people think I know it's, even if it's too much, we need to actually decipher that before we have an understanding of what's going on here. So it says, this is why it's confusing. NBA player worth 200 million shares why he splits rent with his girlfriend. It doesn't mean where he lives with his girlfriend. It means that he's paying half of her rent. Okay. And he's going to explain why after that. All right. And that's where you're going to really know that it's not a shared place. It says shares, but he's sharing, not sharing the place of residence. All right. But let me show you this.
Oh, you don't. I know you're not worth $200 million and was splitting rent with your girlfriend.
You talking about that I should pay for the whole thing?
Absolutely. Hold on. $200 million deal and you were splitting rent with your ex-girlfriend?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? The right decision. You worth $200 million. Her rent was probably $3,000, bro.
Okay, but
She's killing herself to make half, and then she always with you.
But look,
how is she even
if you willing?
that
Okay. So basically, she's looking around. she's looking around for her apartments, and she came across one, but it was way out of her price range. It was like double what she could afford.
There it is. It was double what she can afford. It was out of her price range.
So I was like, you know, this is really nice. I want you to be able to stay here. I want to be able to pull up and stay here.
There it is. I want to be able to pull up and stay here. So it's not where they both live. So when people are trying to I heard people in the comment section saying this is a 50-50 roommate relationship. It's actually not. He's paying for where she stays so he can pull up. All right. So that then is going to lead to the next part of the conversation when he brings up, but let him clear this up.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what can you afford? And I'll split it. I'll pay the rest. So
right.
I ended up doing that. And I was like, yo, whatever happens. And I want the people's advice on this too, because I'm curious.
Yeah. I am the people.
Basically, bro, I said whatever happens in this relationship for the next year, I'm committed to paying this rent.
You're a year by year guy. You committed to the NBA year by year. You committed to your woman
because I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna be together. I don't know if this is my wife. I don't know if it's not. So I'm like, okay, for this next year, I got you. Whatever happens, we could break up. I got you for this next year. I'll split rent with you.
You can into it with the wrong mindset though.
I know, but brother, I don't know.
I think the other guy, his name is Justin LeBoy. He got popular on Twitter, and I don't know if he's a Duke shooter or somebody say he's a simp. But they are still talking like they live together. I don't think the other hosts picked this up. You going in with the wrong mindset. I don't think they picked it up. This is the pull-up spot. This is one of his girlfriends. Let's continue.
I just didn't know. So then we end up breaking up 5-6 months into the rent.
There it is.
And basically that's where I'm at now, where I'm like, man, do I keep helping her out, or is it cooked?
All right. So they broke up. Not a surprise. All right. Not a surprise. We don't know why they broke up. So they broke up. Okay. And now he's saying, since there's a 1-year lease, do I keep paying my half? Do I get paid my half? All right. So let's see what happens here. And he's going to say why he should or shouldn't be paying half. This is what I always tell you about cohabitation or making arrangements or agreements with women, is that they should be always disclosed that they're short term and you can cancel at will. So when we're over on locals, you got to make sure that these women aren't using you for a bill. Okay. So you then have to determine what the breakup clause is. You got to be real specific, especially when you're at the JUCO. This is definitely a JUCO. All right. This is definitely a JUCO. And people think, men don't have to pay like that. All right. But if you said you were going to pay, you got to pay, because by the way, you're going to get sued if you don't. This is going to force the woman to sue you. This is why you got to have an agreement. What's the agreement? What's the breakup clause? He doesn't have one. When you're rich like this, $200 million, you got to have a breakup clause. All right. Especially if you have a financial arrangement with the woman, and people are going to say it's not JUCO. He has a financial arrangement with this woman. This is business. And now he's using his heart to figure out, should he pay for the rest? Okay, let's continue here, because this is where it's going to get, ooh, this is when he's asking for it, and this is going to get bad. You're not going to like my take on this one.
So have you paid your half of the rent? How does that work if you blocked on shit?
No, we were in a little bit of communication. She ended up hitting my phone asking for the bread.
Hell yeah.
Which I don't blame her, because she went into that apartment not being able to afford it, and I gave her my word. So
correct.
Why you just don't send her half for the rest of the year?
Because she need to act right month to month, nigga.
I've been waiting for you to wake up this interview. There you go.
Nah, I'm just saying. So like, if I'm paying the remaining months, month to month,
yeah.
But
I
see she's wilding, and like, bro, it's gonna be hard to continue that agreement. You feel me?
Yes. Now that is the important part of the story. That right there is the important part of the story, because now what he's saying is, if I'm paying half of the rent, you ain't getting fucked in that apartment. Okay. If I see you wilding out, taking trips, you got another sugar daddy, you out here fucking other NBA players, and you out here getting tossed in that apartment that I'm paying for, I'm not paying for that. See, that's why you got to have this agreed up front. I'm not paying for that. So he's going to control the money. By the way, this is when you get into financial abuse. You guys are going to disagree. This is how you get sued. All right. This is why she's going to put a lawsuit on him. All right. This is the same thing that happened in the Diddy case. The Diddy case, the woman said, I was going to testify against Diddy, but he's paying my rent. I feel controlled by him, but he pays my rent. I can't violate our relationship. He pays my rent. This is how you get sued. This is why you got to have, when you get into these agreements and you got money and you start moving this way and you're rich and the women start, hey, let's do this and let's do that. Okay, I'll pay half. And she starts depending on your money, how you get sued. All right. This is why you got to move a completely different way. A completely different way. What he's talking about is possibly the difference between $8,000 and a whole lawsuit and a reputation. Because now she's dragging him. And here's the deal. When she sues him, it's not just about the money. It's about your reputation. Because trust me, she knows other shit about him. So she's going to get her 15 minutes of fame and her pound of flesh and a lawsuit. And hopefully it ain't a false allegation that he went up the Duke shoot, a la Shannon Sharp. So now we got $25 million versus $8,000 in lawyers' fees and public humiliation. It ain't just about the contract. He owes me this. It ain't gonna just be about the rent. Then it's gonna be about the whole humiliation and dragging your ass. All right. So it ain't just gonna be about, hey, I'll just sue you for $8,000. She gonna go for a cool couple mil, and don't let him have choked her. Don't let her have taken some pictures. Don't let her have screenshot some text messages. Do not let her have known she was cheating. Do not let her say she was playing with his dookie hole. Because it ain't gonna be about $8,000 in back rent. It's gonna be a whole reputation drag. So what he wants to do is control the money now. To me, that's not good. All right, this is a backwards way to do it. I get what he's saying. She needs to act right. But let's go to the comment section. Let's go to the comment section. This is where men, I think, come in. And you guys, I can tell y'all don't know shit about shit. Y'all don't know shit about shit. Because this ain't a pimp game. You're not a pimp at worth $200 million. Okay. So dudes want to bring this pimp bullshit. I need to act right. She need to stay in check and in pocket. She can sue you, and he'll willingly pay her $1 million to walk away. Okay. All right. It says right here, dating a generous man, date a generous man, not just a rich one. Bro was leasing the pussy with an option to buy. All right. He said girlfriend, not wife. I don't see anything wrong with it. I agree. This is a basketball player. This is his comment. That nigga cheap. May these men never find me. Amen. When you rely on others to feed you, you also risk going hungry. This is true. This is true. This is a dangerous game for the women to play, to depend on another man's money. This is why you then have women say, don't depend on another man's money. Not married, in my opinion, he did the right thing. I agree. He doesn't owe her anything, but he should have agreed with that. Says right here, if she acts right, so he's also financially abusing her. Got it. All right. So we have the first financial abuse allegation, and it's by a skeezer. All right. So let me go back to this. Let's share it. Who's the one claiming financial abuse? Let's go see if it's a typical skeezer. Yep. The woman claiming Yep. The type of woman that will sue you. Right. There we go. Right here. The type of woman that will sue you for $25K a cheek. That threw out the first financial abuse statement. Skeezer. All right. That's the type of woman that will sue your ass right there. Here we go right here. Yep, an OnlyFans chick. And I guarantee the other girl ain't that far from an OnlyFans. And this is right here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they weren't living together. He wasn't paying his rent and half of her rent. That seems fair to me. True. All right. My favorite meme of all time. All right. The type of bitch that'll sue you. Okay. He agreed to pay half, but now it's if she acts right. Ladies, let this be a reminder. Always stay prepared, because situations like this show how fast the rules can change. Oh, changing the rules. You changed the rules on us. But they broke up. Why did they break up? Since he publicly stated that the agreement, that he agreed to the arrangement, she could probably sue him if he did indeed refuse to pay moving forward. This also pained me to listen to. He's corny and still wants shorty. She left him and he's a little salty. All right. These are just the comments. Last one. Her problem was moving into a place she could not afford on her own to accommodate him. That's not true. Do you not see how you can control her living arrangement by not keeping his word? Woo. All right. There you go right there. Either you're a man of your word or you're not. Spicy Maria, OnlyFans chick. Right here. All right, so we got verbal agreement. He admitted that they had a verbal agreement for a year and he broke the contract. She could literally sue him for the rent. Okay, man. Look. So, in my opinion, you have to get legal and business-wise with women. Especially when you're worth $200 million. Now, if you a broke nigga, y'all can pull this. She better act right and my pimp hand strong and you better not be fucking in my apartment, right? You can do that. But we know women are lawsuits are the new divorce. We know that. And this video could be taken to court, and she could definitely get the 1 year part of the rent. She could get the last 6 months for sure. Now, we just better hope she don't got no receipts. Okay? She ain't got no receipts on him, because that's where it can get ugly. But it's an evil world we live in, man. Hey, take care of yourselves out here.
It's an evil world we live in.
Okay? Take care of yourselves. When you get into financial agreements with women, write that shit out. Sign it, even if it's on a napkin. All right? That includes your girlfriend, your wife. When y'all buy furniture together, save the receipt. Write down who owes who, whose credit card it was put on, who is supposed to pay the second half. When men don't do this, you assume you're going to be with this woman forever or at least a couple of years, and boom, you break up, and then she takes you to small claims court. I mean, now you're out here scrambling and scraping for shit with no proof. Well, she said and he said, but she's going to have a file on your ass, and she's going to have all the credit card statements, who paid, all right? She's going to have everything and keep the furniture, right? So by the time you pay it off, she will keep the furniture. Interesting story there, but I know, I'll tell you, man, most guys, I'm not a red pill ranger. I'm trying to tell y'all how to move in this marketplace. This marketplace is highly monetized. And as you can see, even he had to pay. Write the shit out. Okay, see what we're agreeing. When you talk about agreement with a woman, write the shit out. Shout out to Hustle Everyday Truck Cuts woke identity funds for girls, and they crash out. Shout out to you. Joel says that white woman talking about hoes is too old. F that. 20% of your audience is women, according to this polls. Right, ladies, are you watching me? All right, ladies don't want to be in here watching me. Ladies, I will give you a chance if we do in the main event early. Ladies, I will give you a chance to come up. So I'm going to give you a warning. You got a 30-minute warning. Get your wig put on. Put on your wig. Put on whatever that makeup is to cover up your lace front. Put your lipstick on. Get your super suit on. Get your push-up bra and your titties up. Ladies, you will have a chance to get onto the stream with every woman's fantasy right now. So if the ladies have a question, this is your opportunity. The 60 women that are watching me, this is your opportunity to come on up, put some powder on your nose, fix your face, and wash the cold out your eye. Put your wig forward, take off your bonnet. You can bring your chunky ass up here and ask me a question. All right, bring your chunky ass up in here. And if you a goofball ass nigga, all right, if you're a man that disagrees with my show, you will have a chance to bring your ass up in here too. Go ahead and get in a properly lit room. All right, do not get in there in a dimly lit room. I don't want to see no popcorn ceilings. I don't want to see any of this shit. No dusty ass ceiling fans. I don't want to see any unmade beds, twin mattresses. I don't want to close all your windows, nigga. I don't want to hear any Project Amalams up and down. Brush your teeth. All right, comb your nappy hair and take that dookie rag off. No tank tops. Niggas, no cheap ass Hanes and Fruit of the Loom tank tops. Go brush your hair. Your room should not look like a yellow light is being broadcast over your face. It should be looking like fluorescent light, not that old cheap ass lights that y'all got put in there and shit in, and put a 9-volt battery in your goddamn smoke alarm before you come in here. Go find a 9-volt battery, put it in the goddamn smoke alarm right now. All right, this goes for the ladies and the gentlemen. You guys got 30 minutes to get your shit together after the main event. Suave Genius says, when I was 2 years into marriage, I thought it was amazing that 7-year wall hits like a motherfucker. Yes, indeed. 7-year itch used to be what they used to call the point of marriage where you start experiencing the should I stay in this marriage? All right. But people don't know that anymore. Kevin says, if I'm putting hands on hips on a married woman, you've been putting hands on the hips of a married woman. She told me she was separated and they could afford to divorce. Let me do this over. Right? He says, I've been putting hands on the hips of a married woman. She told me she was separated, but they couldn't afford a divorce or to sell the house. I told a friend and he told me that God was going to punish me and that I should cut it off. I need real advice, not that God bullshit and morality. Here's the thing that I'm going to say. If they are separated and they live together, I would not mess with her. All right. This is grounds for somebody meeting the Undertaker. If they live separately, then she's fair game, right? She has her own apartment or something like that. Then that's fair game. It opens up to fair, although she's still married. They have separated, and you don't have to be legally separated. You could just be estranged. But if they still live together under the same house that they could not, this woman is married and the guy's still fucking her, or he or she might still be in love. So watch out. We're talking about Undertaker activity, and I can share you a story on this one. I'm really excited about season 8. I want to reactivate my Coach Greg Adams channel, and I want to do crime series on there about these situations that people get into in the name of love. I don't want to do kind of red pill shit, but I want to do kind of, manosphere crime points. Guys, don't fuck around like this, man. People don't play about their wives, even though they might be divorcing or separated. They still might be having sex or maybe still trying to work it out. And you could get killed over shit like this, or she could die. She could die over some shit like this. All right. You don't want to be the accomplice here. Okay. You don't want to be the accomplice here. If they live separately, maybe. All right. I dated when I was separated, but I lived separately, but I was going through a divorce, but technically married at the time. So I dated a girl who basically, when we broke up, she was like, well, you're still married. And I never date married guys. And I was like, bitch, I live separately. I fucked you in my own apartment. All right. So be careful with this. All right. Be careful with this. Shout out to our brother. It is Gregory McPherson says, big up CGA. Much respect from Toronto. Just bought your books after my brother told me about your content, and I cannot wait to read them. Shout out to our new member of the Coach Gang. All right. I try to make men give men level-headed advice. All right. Red pill rage guys don't give you level-headed advice. They give you angry man advice. Not the angry man. Shout out to angry man. They give you angry man advice. All right. Tell them I don't care about these hoes. Tell them, blow them up. All right. I don't do all that. These hoes are worthless. They deserve nothing. I don't do that over here. I'm a well-balanced show. Shout out to her backdoor neighbor.
Oh, the humanity.
Quick question for you, Coach. Why is it so much smoke between Gen X and Gen Z, or the boomers and Gen Z, but nobody has anything to say to the millennials? He says, I'm not asking for smoke, but just thought I had to ask. Salute to the Coach Gang. I typically see the smoke between boomers and Gen Z, and I don't see the smoke between Gen X and Gen Z. But the Gen X and millennials are typically left out of the conversation. Gen X, I'm a Gen Xer. I tend to say we the winners in the conversation, but we represent the smallest of all of these groups. We're the smallest, other than the silent generation. They're all dying. All right, so they don't have anything in the game. All right, they don't have any skin in the game. But I typically see the smoke between the boomers and the Gen Z. Now the smoke is typically because the millennials are labeled as the entitled generation. Gen Z, the lazy generation. Gen X are the cynical generation, and the boomers are the generation who benefited the most from the economy, right? And these people are the selfish. They're selfishly, they selfishly put their interests first above everybody. Now, it is basically an economic situation, which I think both people kind of get it wrong. You have boomer advice being given to Gen Z. Gen Z looks at it as, you guys have cheated the system, right, by benefiting from a system that wasn't that was favorable to them economically, and now we're paying the price, right? The boomers bought houses for cheap. Now they've driven up the price on that house, and they paid for the house 60 grand, and now the house is worth 8 million. So the Gen Z are like, how do we buy a house? But then the boomers are like, well, if you just work hard, right? If you just work hard and get a job and work at the plant for 25 years and marry a woman and find the first woman to marry your high school sweetheart. You see how it works. Both worlds don't exist. The boomer world doesn't exist anymore. Neither does the Gen Z world is what we're dealing with. And Gen Z cannot take boomer advice. Okay, they can't take it because it just doesn't work, right? Nobody wants to hear about how you fixed your car and changed your oil in your Chevrolet in your family's garage while you were dodging Vietnam War and smoking dope and having free love and catching chlamydia and syphilis, and you married your high school sweetie and you cheated on her with the secretary for 25 years and she stayed. Nobody want to hear that shit. And you bought your first house when you were 21 and you had 5 kids by 29. Nobody want to hear that shit. And your wife was going to leave you, but she couldn't type 160 words a minute, so she had to stay with your goofy ass. Nobody want to hear that shit. You walked to school both ways uphill, all right, in the snow. Nobody want to hear that shit. You smoke 18 packs of cigarette and survive lung cancer, stomach cancer, and all. Nobody wants to hear this shit. And now you want us to pay 20% down payment on an $8 million house that you bought for 60 grand. Now, in defense of the boomers, in defense of the boomers, it sounds like if I say in 1945 and 1955 and 1960, all right, I bought my first house and I put a down payment of $2,000. The Gen Z people will think this is despicable. Like, really, $2,000, nigga? But at that time, $2,000 was a lot of money. So people don't really understand that part. Now, was it comparative to what it would cost percentage-wise? Like $2,000 was a lot of money in 1950. Like, people don't understand that. When we hear $2,000, nigga, we say you was rich. It only took you one paycheck to get $2,000, but not really. Boomers didn't make big money until they were in their 30s, their 40s and 50s. Most boomers they never made over 100 grand until they were maybe in their 60s, right? A lot of boomers never made 100 grand. And some boomers have never made 100 grand until they were in their 60s. In the year 2008, when they bought their 8th house and tried to refinance it, and then they fucked up. They couldn't, and they ruined the whole housing market with Gen X included. So it's easy for us to look back and say the boomers had it easy. Yeah, they did. They had it better economically than us, but it wasn't easy. All right. They had 17% mortgage rates or interest rates. Right? They didn't have gas. They drove gas guzzling machines. They worked in plants with chemicals and asbestos, cancer. They were in war, some of them. Okay. They fought in Vietnam and in the Korea War, into Persian Gulf War. Like, many of them died in car collisions, simple car collisions. Ask that one girl. What was that one girl? She was a sex symbol back in the day. And you know what I mean? It wasn't easy. And the world that exists today in comfort didn't exist. They had to cook shit from scratch. When they lived in the suburbs, they were off the radar. They didn't have all the conveniences that we have today that make life easier. Not Marilyn Monroe, but it was the other woman that died in a car crash. James Mansfield, that has the Manfields bar. Let me show you what boomers used to do. When they got in a car crash, they was good as dead. All right. Now we can survive car crashes driving 80 miles an hour. Boomers would die in car crashes going 40 miles an hour. Let me see here. The James Mansfield car. Let me show you what boomers would experience when they got into a car wreck. Because you're talking about two steel cars colliding together. Not this aluminum foil shit where you get the ejecto seat. All right. You get decapitated in the fucking car. All right. I'm not laughing, by the way. Yeah, they was driving tanks, steel tanks. All right. We're driving aluminum foil, nigga. That's our cars are made of aluminum foil with crash test dummies that have now can eject you out safely out the seat. All right. When the boomer died in the car, hitting a car 45 miles an hour, they was good as dead. Right through the goddamn front windshield, decapitated. All right. You see what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, their safety and risk was just completely different. All right. See, our cars do this. You see that? You don't die. All right. And you going 80 down the highway. Right there. You got airbags and all this shit. So y'all dumbass Gen Zs can be thankful that y'all here. And that's thanks to the boomers. Technology. They're like, we don't want to die in car crashes. So you come out here nice and neat with airbags and protections and crumple zones and shit like that. Boomers, too many boomers died over this shit. All right, playing the game of chicken. He says, if you don't die, you were paralyzed. Facts. All right, so I didn't die, but I don't have control. I'm a quadriplegic, right? So just like that. So it is kind of like I get both sides. I just don't think both sides are willing to look. And let me just add this. Boomers do not have great communication skills. All right, so with that is their way or the highway. So they don't have the patience to communicate, whereas Gen Z, you've been overly educated, you've been having opportunity to communicate. Boomers don't communicate well, typically. They overtalk you. They're not very, they don't put their words together in their thoughts. They're highly emotional, and they just gonna be like, shut, they'll just shut you down, all right, because they don't have the ability to communicate. They don't have these skills the way we have the skills. All right, so all right, so then it's hard to even talk to them, and they don't want to see it your way. They're like, you just guys are lazy and you can't work hard and your work ethic sucks and this type of thing. Now, I'll just end the argument to say what generation is the worst. And it is, in terms of parenting, the Gen X are the worst generation of parents. Now, the boomers, we're products of the boomers, many Gen Xers, and some millennials, older millennials are products of baby boomers. All right. But in terms of the worst of the generation, parenting wise, is Gen X. All right. Because we tried to overcompensate for the failure of the boomers as parents, because they were me. They were just themselves. Right. The boomers were the ones that brought in all of the propaganda. They bought into it. They bought into feminism. Every agenda that's fucked up, the boomers brought that shit in. All right, the boomers brought it in, and they somewhat kept us as latchkey kids. If you look up latchkey kids, these are Gen X children. Gen X children overcompensated by becoming somewhat helicopter parents and trying to make things fair for kids and hoping that the kids love them. So we coddle them, and these are the millennials and the current Gen Z. The Gen Z lives in a world where their reality is their reality. Like, you got to think about it. A Gen Z doesn't know anything past the year 2008. And one thing I always have to, he says older millennials were latchkey. Are you just arguing with me? Because I'm a Gen Xer. I'm a young Gen Xer, but I was a latchkey kid. Don't argue with me. All right. These just want to argue. All right. But yes, an older millennial can be considered the same, but I was a Gen X and a latchkey kid. But a Gen Z person's reality doesn't live past 2008. And this is what I have to remember, because I have children that are Gen Z and I'm a Gen Xer. Okay. Since I'm a Gen Xer, cynical years. Oh, you weren't arguing. Thank you. I'm a cynical person. I don't trust easy. I don't believe the government. I don't believe any goddamn thing. All right, women be like, you need to trust more. I don't trust shit. That's typical of a Gen Xer. We're cynical about everything. But we also overcompensated as parents, and we produce the Gen Z and the younger millennials. But a Gen Z person doesn't know anything past the year 2008, or not past, prior to 2008. So that's their reality. No matter what we know, we can't just keep telling Gen Z what to do, because we are telling them about a world that they don't know what exists. It doesn't exist to them. Okay. It doesn't exist. They don't care what happened in 1993 or 96 when you were getting holes at the mall. They don't care about 2001. They don't care about 2004. They don't care about the housing market crash. They don't care about high interest rates in the 70s. They don't care about George Bush or Bill Clinton or George W. Bush. They don't care about none of that shit. They think we lived in black and white times. They don't care about Tupac and Grateful Dead or Y2K or Pearl Harbor or any of this shit, Vietnam War. They don't care about any of this shit. That's not their reality. They don't know about dial-up internet. They don't know about toxic chemicals and lead chip paint and all the shit that we had to go through to get them here. They don't know. They don't care. We have to remember that. Similar to, I have to remember, I was born in 1975. I don't give a fuck about I had a black and white TV. I don't give a fuck about y'all had to listen to the boxing match on the radio. That's not my reality. All right. I don't give a fuck. So don't talk to me about life before an iPad. Don't talk about life before a cell phone. They don't know a life before a cell phone. They don't know a life before a smartphone and an iPad. They grew up with this. So when we as older people put that on them, talking about we used to have to go through phone booths and beat people 911 and wait to get home for messages and the answer machine when we get flaked on, they don't care. They don't know. They don't care. Their reality is this is the world they've been presented. They got to blame someone for this fucked up shit. They got to blame someone. And who gets the blame most of the time is the boomers. Right? They don't care about, they kind of care about vinyls now. And they don't care about all of this, 8-track tapes and cassette tapes and this shit and CDs. Even CDs to them are quite foreign. They kind of remember DVDs. So they don't care. So now how do we rehab this? And they're in a bad economic position. And the boomers get the blame because they were the beneficiaries of this to an extent. Okay. Anyway, that's a great question. How do we rehab it? We definitely got to be a little bit more fair in regards to it. Yeah, VC eras, the crack era, hip hop. Like, dude, ask a Gen Z. My son's Gen Z. He's 18 years old. I ask him who the best rappers are all time, and I'm appalled. I'm absolutely appalled. I'm like, bro, are you kidding me? Now, with that being said, that's his reality. He wasn't a music buff until he was in the 7th grade. I'm appalled at the people he has. These the best rappers of all time. I start naming people, and he'd be like, "What?" I'm like, oh man. I saw this when I heard that NBA player from one of the Ball brothers said that what's the guy's name? He said either 2 Chainz or one of these guys were better than Tupac. I can't remember. It wasn't 2 Chainz. It was another one of those guys. I can't remember the rapper's name. But when he said that, I was like, oh man, we have an age gap issue now. We have a reality issue. That even Lonzo Ball, it was 21 Savage. It wasn't 2 Chainz. He says 21 Savage is better than Tupac. I was like, okay. I'm like, we live in 2 different worlds. Okay, if we're saying 21 Savage compares to Tupac, I don't know what to say. But I'm not Gen Z. I'm not a young millennial, so I don't know what your reality is. I can't relate to shit like this. 21 Savage isn't bad. But somebody said he is, though. Okay, let's do a poll. We're going to see what our audience makeup is right now. All right, who's a better hip hop artist? See, we got some millennials and some Gen Z in here. We'll do a poll. Tupac or 21 Savage? All right, we're going to see. All right, we're going to see what we got here. Shout out to, let's see here. Thanks for that question. Thanks for that question. I thought that was a fun question. And then last one, shout out to Gary says, Coach, why do single women, aka girlfriends, or even the side girls are better wives than the actual women men decide to marry? All right. 21 Savage is getting smoked right now, though. All right. So anyway, he said, why is this a question? Some Gen Z are in here. Okay. But why are single women, girlfriends, or even side chicks better than the wives? Ladies, wives, listen up. Okay. what you call it? Wives have nothing to prove. All right, they have a legal attachment that makes the man the loser if he bounces, and she's the winner if she stays. She's the victim if she has to evade or evacuate. So they don't have a duty to perform. A girlfriend has a duty to perform. So therefore, they're going to be more cooperative. They're going to be better. They're going to be more agreeable. They don't have a safety net. Okay. Since there's no safety net, the woman has to act appropriately. Even if she acts bad, she has the risk that you can walk away and she gets nothing. Side chicks, similar. All right. Side chicks could be happy being a side chick and not have to attach to you and live with you and listen to you snore in bed. The wife has to go through snoring in bed, right? She has to, or move to a different room. So wives don't have a duty to perform. Once she gets the wedding ring on, all right, she only has a few years to perform very well to get what she needs out of the marriage or relationship, which is the investment phase, house, car, kids, whatever that is. That's all she has to do, even if she has her own money. But in terms of the girlfriend, she has no safety net. So she's going to be better. Bill Cosby even talked about this. He says, keep them at girlfriend. Now it's Bill Cosby. So it is what it is. But a girlfriend has a duty to perform. Or you can simply walk away and then she gets nothing. She got to start all over. Whereas the wife can get a little bit of a safety net. So that's why. And the girlfriend will always be better. And if you have a shitty girlfriend, it's your fault. All right. But if you have a shitty girlfriend, there's no reason for you to ever have a shitty girlfriend or a shitty sugar baby for that matter. All right. You should never have a very, very bad relationship with your girlfriends or sugar babies or whatever you're dealing with. Side chicks, they should always be good. All right. If they're bad, get rid of their asses. There's no reason for you to stay or work it out or nothing. Main event. I'll come back to it, Cali West. We got the main fucking event here. Sorry for cursing. I'm a professional here. All right. Young rapper D4VID deletes his girlfriend. Allegedly, he's accused of deleting his girlfriend. Not yet. He has not been prosecuted or he has not been charged with this. But his girlfriend, a 15-year-old girlfriend, is found dead in his car. All right. Now, we're going to go ahead and show you how crazy the story is. I think this is the crime of the century. I think this is the story of the year. I think this, but because this is a Gen Z story, the millennials, the older millennials over 40, the Gen X and the boomers have not picked up on this one. All right. And these are some, the young man is 20 years old, I believe. But when you track this story, this is the wildest story of the year. This might be the wildest story next to R fucking Kelly. All right. Because this is crazy that this could happen in 2025 with this much information as we know, with this much of us protecting young women, as much as us trying to act like these young women ain't freaks out here. All right. This is a crazy story when you track it back. Now, remember, he is innocent until proven guilty. He has not been charged for this particular case. And many people have never heard of him. So let me go ahead and share some information about this. I talked about this earlier in the week, but yeah, we got cameras everywhere. We got him allegedly self-snitching. This story is crazy. Now, this woman right here, somebody said he's guilty. This one individual is named David. He is a young man, I believe around 20 years old, and he became popular on YouTube of all places or streaming platforms where he was streaming video games. This is very much a Gen Z story. Not that long ago. It was maybe about less than 6 years ago. He became famous for that. Now, he also started to make his own music because he was facing restrictions on platforms giving him copyright strikes. Okay. Since he was getting copyright strikes for music, he started making his own music. All right. And that's how he became a rapper. Very Gen Z, but a very, very cool story indeed to show how you can basically say, hey, platforms are giving me problems, how you can pivot into another career. All right. Somebody said, okay, anyway. All right. Now, the woman here pictured is named Celeste Rives Hernandez. In this picture, she's about 12, 13, or 14 years old. She had gone missing in the year 2024, but it was actually before that she was missing. So there's the missing poster here, last seen 4/05/2024. Date of birth 9/07/2010. This is an example of a Gen Z, right? 2010, born in 2010. And she's 13 years old in the picture. She's last seen in Lake Elsinore, California. Come from a troubled household, 5'3", 120 pounds, curly, dark hair, and whatnot. Some people say she looks older for her age, and I can't disagree with that. I mean, you know, this is just how she looks older. She's also in these streets. And also, it is alleged that she comes from a troubled home. And also, it is alleged that her sister pimped her out. Now, I don't know. It is alleged that she was being pimped out by her sister in these streets. All right. So this is how far the story goes crazy left.
In these streets.
All right. So she ran away and she's in the arms, allegedly. But guys, there's no mistake about this. She was dating David. All right. So she was dating him. Now, he was about 17, allegedly, when they met. She was about 11 or 12 when they met. Okay, so this is a crazy story. When I tell you, young women, you got to start them before 13. If you miss them at 13, the streets are waiting.
In these streets.
This is everything that I tell you about in one story. So she's 13 or 14, and well, let me see here. Allegedly, sister was pimping her out. She meets David, who's an internet. David's a celebrity to her. For all intents and purposes, she is a celebrity to him. He wasn't as big as he is today, pause. But when she met, she's a fan. Even though we've never heard of this woman. Now, the fact that she was missing for a year plus, they were literally, and somebody said the mom's pimped her out too, which I can't remember. Everything I say is alleged, but the mom knows she's missing, but she also knows allegedly she's with David. Now, the reason why she's late to report it is because the school probably on her neck. Where's her daughter? Why she ain't going to school? So she's got to report it. But she knows she has a boyfriend named David, and she also knows that David is probably paying the mom off. All right, so there's some payola going on here, and everything I say is alleged. This is why this story in 2025 is crazy. Okay, this is crazy. Now, there have been some photos. It says they were publicly dating when she was 12 or 13. Now, there are some photos that are circling around the internet that this is a 18 or 19-year-old David with a 12 or 13-year-old Celeste.
In these streets.
All right. So he's becoming an adult, and now he's still engaging with her while she's 12, 13, or 14, right? 12 or 13. And then she's reported missing at 13 and 14. But there, as you can see, they do a lot of hiding her face in photos. And then when they do, let me just not get ahead of myself. So people are trying to say, is that Celeste? All right. Is that her? But she does a good job. She's always covering her face. All right. Even when they were dating and she was still in school, she would cover her face in photos. All right. Crazy shit. All right. Crazy shit, isn't it? All right. Now, I can't believe a person would even attempt this in my mind. All right. In my mind, I don't even know how you attempt this. But there's Celeste right there. Some people are saying she looks older. I'm pretty sure if you've seen her in person, maybe not. But yeah, sometimes when you engage in early activity, you do become older looking. Right? It's only so much, and it's in the eyes, Chico. It's in the eyes. So these are all allegations here. This is also Celeste, middle schooler. And let's see if we have any more photos here. We're limited photos and so forth and so on. Now, there are some streams where he was also very popular on, again, Gen Z Discord. So Discord for the older people here is a place where Gen Z people openly communicate. Like for us, it would be AIM, right? Instant Messenger or something like that. Discord for younger people, particularly people under 30, they use this a lot, right? To communicate. And much of the communication is very open. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can admit to doing things over there that are illegal. But this is them appearing on some streams on Discord, which he was very famously, he would use it. And we do have a Discord here with the Coach Gang. Yeah, it's like our MySpace, if you will, but it's somewhat done differently. This is allegedly a photo of David with the wild haircut right there, with the wild hair, with the woman disguising herself. they're saying this is possibly the woman that is the missing woman named Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, I'm going to play a clip from this stream. When you see this fucking clip, you're going to be like, wow. Because the point is, people knew that he was dating this woman. I'm sorry. People knew that he was dating this young girl. Like, it was almost not a secret. His fans knew. The mother knew. The sister knew, allegedly. And not only that, her classmates knew. Because, remember, this is a celebrity to them. For a Gen Z person, she's dating a celebrity. Okay. So while it's kind of like R. Kelly hanging out at the McDonald's, right? R. Kelly would hang out at the McDonald's at the high school, and then he would hit on the high school girls and take them home. It's kind of like R. Kelly hanging out at the McDonald's. All right, this is what he would do. He's hanging out on the internet with this girl, and people know they're watching him. That's Celeste. All right, that's the same thing as R. Kelly hanging out at the McDonald's. All right, so because Gen Z's world is private, it's on the internet. It's not out in the open in public. Now, here's the story right here. And it says right here, missing teen found dead in a car registered to David, has the same tattoo as the singer, and he titled a song after her. Sheesh. The dismembered body found in the trunk of a Tesla belonging to singer David has been identified as a 15-year-old girl missing for nearly 18 months. Following forensic investigation of the body discovered on September 8th in the boot, it says in the boot of an impound vehicle, authorities have identified it as teenager Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who vanished from Lake Elsinore April 24th at age 13. The vehicle belonged to 20-year-old David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, whose spokesperson said he had been aware of the discovery and is fully cooperating with the police. Officers have not issued any charges or released the cause of death, and they say it was dismembered. I talked to my son about this, who's been following the case. I don't think he cut her up. My son doesn't think he cut her up, and my son allegedly believes that because it was in the summer and the car was impounded, that her in the vehicle, the son probably, cooked the remains. All right. So maybe she fell apart as a part of being in this car for an extended period of time. Okay. All right. So that's what my son concluded related to this story. Okay. And it says, according to TM Zizzle, David and the teen victim had matching tattoos on their right index finger. And it says right here, it says they also spoke to Hernandez's mother, who said her daughter had been dating someone called David. Okay. The tattoo was popularized by Rihanna in 2008 and other celebrities, including Lindsay Lohan, who also have it on their fingers. A song called Celeste, posted on SoundCloud, again, another Gen Z millennial platform, and accredited to David, was leaked in 2023. The Sun reports police launched an appeal to find Hernandez following her disappearance. She was last seen at her home at 9 p.m. on Friday wearing Hello Kitty sandals. Oh my goodness, not the Hello Kitty. So you guys know. All right, not the Hello Kitty sandals. All right. So this is telling you that we do know there's grown adult women that wear sandals like this. But yeah, the NWO is busy right now on this particular stream. All right, but the Hello Kitty sandals, and I'll continue here. All right, let me see here. We'll get the stream back up. All right, there we go right there. So she was wearing Hello Kitty sandals, gray pants, and a black sweater and a hat. It says cops discovered human remains, reportedly a head and torso, inside a bag in the front trunk of the Tesla. The vehicle with Texas plates was at Hollywood Tow on Mansfield Avenue. All right, so maybe they did find it dismembered. It had been abandoned for 5 days. And after being told from an upscale Bird Street area, police source said, lot workers were alerted authorities after a foul stench came from the Tesla due to decomposition. The gender could not be identified immediately. Okay, so there it is. So they couldn't even determine that was a young girl because the body probably was melted. This is Southern California, by the way, in the summer. On Tuesday, Hernandez's body was identified. A representative for David told NBC, David has been informed about what's happening, and although he is still on tour, he is fully cooperating with the authorities. The Independent has contacted his team for comment on the latest developments. Okay. After reports of the body being found, Grammy award-winning singer-songwriter Kali Uchis, again, I don't know, announced she would be pulling her collaborative song Crashing with David. Again, these people, I don't know who they are. Responding to someone online who referred to the singer as her friend, the woman singer distanced herself from David and wrote on social media, "Not my friend. I did a song with him, which is currently in the process of being taken down given this disturbing news." The track called Crashing was released on David's debut album. A music video for the song, which featured the pair, remains on YouTube. David's career began 4 years ago, initially making montages of popular video game Fortnite. So this is a very Gen Z story. All right. This is a very Gen Z and young millennial story. Let me add that. Okay. All right. Now that we got that off, we got a video that's going to explain a lot more. All right. And this video is by the YouTuber Jamari. All right. Fair use to Jamari. They're going to now reveal some new details because I covered this earlier in the week, but there's some new details. And it says the David situation got much worse. There's 10 minutes. I'll try to play it and then stop for my fair use purposes. But let's go ahead and play what happened here. Fair use.
It made a video about the ongoing situation with music artist David and how he had potentially ruined his entire career and life due to his potential involvement with the missing 14-year-old girl named Celeste Hernandez. David went from aspirations of gaming and streaming fame to becoming an internet superstar musician with his songs trending all over TikTok. And for more information on his rise, you guys can check out my last video on this topic. But today I have updates for you guys, including more evidence that makes David look even guiltier than he did before. I told you last time that when they found the dismembered body in the back of his Tesla, that he tried to completely ignore the situation and continue with his countrywide tour that he was on at the time.
All right, so he continued the tour even after the body was found. So did O.J. Simpson continue to do. But look at how many people are at his concert. For us old people, this is how famous a person can be. All right.
Situation and continue with his countrywide tour that he was on at the time. But now the situation has gotten to a point where they had to totally cancel the rest of his shows, and his label Interscope has also pulled all marketing and promotion on him amid this investigation. And as reported last time, he was complying with the authorities, but the police have still not publicly listed him as a person of interest. And based on the evidence I have, David has still been extremely active online, even as recently as yesterday. So let's start with the fact that people had been calling David out with these Epstein EDP rumors since last year. Although he went back and turned off his comments on this specific TikTok, someone had left a comment as early as February 2024 saying, "Waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with a 13-year-old girl."
All right, that's important. That's important. We'll show you this later, but this was 2024, February 2024, a full over a year ago. He's being called out by somebody saying Robin Rivers right here. Waiting for you to get got. Okay, so people knew.
Gotcha, bitch.
People knew about it. Let's continue.
On a TikTok that he had captioned, "Me to everyone I tricked into thinking this was a love song." And even back 2 weeks ago when the body was initially discovered, a Reddit user had commented, "This guy is a PDF from what I've heard. My sister, who is now in 9th grade, told me that he was dating an 8th grader, let's just call her C, and she would go on trips with him to LA. They're all in 9th grade now, and it turns out C's friends knew and he would pay them to keep their mouth shut."
Wow. This is going to come up later in the video. So people at her school knew. People around the internet knew. And it had to go to the point where she got killed for them to be like, oh, yeah, he was dating this middle schooler. And people knew. Not only that, he was paying off her friends. He allegedly was paying off her friends to keep it quiet. We're going to see this. So they knew, and this is indicative of Gen Z. They know what's going on. They just don't have the resources to reach out. You got 9th graders and 8th graders and 10th graders, right? They don't know how to reach out to authorities. They don't know how to call 911 unless they call them on their parents, right? Now he's paying off kids to be quiet. Oh, my goodness. Yes, her mother knew. Her mother knew. So did her sister allegedly knew. So this is why this story is weird to me. You basically have a grown adult taking an 8th or 9th grader on tour, and they're letting it happen. I don't get it. I don't understand how people can have watched that. So when you got this crime that happens to her, how many people actually knew about the crime? How many people helped assist in this crime? That's why we don't have charges, because there's got to be multiple people that knew, that didn't tell, that saw it go on, that helped, that assisted, not just in the crime. They assisted in this entire crime. This is an entire crime. So you got to get everybody. That's why you don't have charges. You don't know who killed who at this point and who helped. All right, but this story is mad crazy to me. This is the story of the century right now. I know it's the century's young. It's almost 25 years in, but it's the story of the century.
C has been missing for over a month now and no one knows her whereabouts. Definitely something strange going on, which does line up with photos of David handing what appears to be teenagers a brown bag and also a stack of cash.
I have to pause it again. Somebody said rock and rollers have been doing this forever. Facts. All the way up to R. Kelly and so forth and so on. But there it is right there. There's a picture of him handing cash to teenagers. And these are definitely Gen Zers. Is this nigga really paying off people to keep it quiet that he's fucking this young girl? So you're right. This has been going on since the beginning of rock and roll. She was just 17, Sweet 16. All right. Elvis Presley, the Great Balls of Fire, the Rockers, the rock stars, not you two, Steven, what's his name? Steven Tyler. Right? Teenagers. It's been going on forever, but I don't know if any of them killed them. But this nigga out here paying Mexicans. All right, shout out to the Mexicans. with a grocery bag to be quiet. Sheesh. This is incredible.
There was also a clip that resurfaced where David appears on stream with who people are saying is Celeste, and the girl in the video says something very strange.
I media trained you. No, you did. That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Oh no!
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything.
Oh my goodness, bruh. Yes, you heard that right. That's why she dead, y'all. She was ready to talk. You got to imagine. Let's just say this: she was 11 or 12. They're in a 3-year relationship at this point when she's dead. When she was 11 or 12, she can't get pregnant. At 15, 14, she can get pregnant. But they're on live internet. She's allegedly disguising herself as the teen runaway. People know about it. He's saying, I media trained you. She's arguing back, sniping back. And she says, you trained me for raping children. I'm playing that again. I'm playing this again. And then he logs off and says, delete everything. How is this possible that this could go on this long? This is mind boggling.
No, you did. That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
And yep, so she loose around the mouth. I don't even know how it went on this long. She loose around the mouth.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
So he tells his moderators there to straight up delete everything. Also, pay attention to the chat, as his fans literally joked about him going on an Epstein flight. They also talk about a David and Celeste Island trip, while also saying that he is both cancelled and cooked. Someone also released a video from one of his concerts where he plays this unreleased song where David says this.
About the love when I'm with you, 'cause I be breaking it all the time. And I don't really mean to cause no issue. But I need you to know, that I need you to know.
I mean, come on, guys. It was like this guy was addicted to dry snitching on himself in his songs and his music videos. And in a song called Decide that he released back in 2022, you know, back when this girl Celeste would have been 11 years old, David sings, I know what the problem is, save your tears, 7 years, I know life is complicated. When obviously in 7 years from then, she would have been of age.
Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Okay, so the plan is hopefully this music thing takes off crazy next year.
Why is he saying, why are you saying that like you're not like up there, gang?
Well, I'm not there yet, but hopefully it's like even crazier next year. And then I go on crazy year after year for the next 3 years. And then on the 4th year, I retire. And on the 5th year, I'm off the grid, living somewhere like on an island with this crazy crib, no social media, no digital footprint. I'm just gone.
I wonder why you want to disappear in 5 years. Could it be that the girl is 13 and you want to disappear and take the girl and get no criminal charges and live somewhere in Mexico off the grid? Isn't that interesting?
Gotcha, bitch.
So he was already playing. And guys, dude, it's hard to have a relationship with any woman of any age. You're trying to pull off 6 to 7 years with an 11-year-old and hopefully by 18 she's still good with you. Nah. That's why this is why she dead. Somebody said, is this the USA? Yes, this is the United States of America, which is bizarre that it was able to go this long. So he ready to disappear with her and then evade the criminal charges. I'm gonna live off the grid, no internet, no digital footprint. I'm out.
I'm just gone. In 5 years, I'm gonna be gone.
Will you still remember me?
Yeah, bro. You'll have like the secret codes to the mansion.
Yeah?
You can pull up on every
What's the secret code? Give us the first 2 numbers.
Absolutely
of the
not.
Now, 5 years from that clip would also be when Celeste would be 18 years old.
Hmm.
There was also rumors that the two of them even shared a Spotify playlist together. And there was a video from June 27th of last year where it looks like someone is sneaking her backstage at one of David's shows.
Backstage, underage, adolescents. How you doing? So here's where the problem lies now. Now you have other people involved in this one. This is why this crime is completely complicated. And I do have to pause to add context to this story. So now we have another person sneaking the girl backstage, meaning that they knew that this is the missing person. All right, they knew. Okay, there she is right there. This is 2024. She allegedly went missing some months before that. And then also, she was already dating him before that. Okay, but they're now taking this girl who's 13 and 14 around.
Of last year where
there she is right there. Unfortunately, I have to pause it there.
Where it looks like someone is sneaking her backstage at one of David's shows.
Allegedly.
Now that looks to me like the body language of someone who is trying to be hidden. And it really does make me question, like, how many people were complicit in this cover-up? How many people knew that David was running around with this underage missing girl? Because even in his Discord, it's quite apparent that some of his fans kind of knew what was going on.
Yep.
And I had the idea to kind of make this first music video introduce a character that I had been kind of ideating for a really long time. That's why you see him with the blindfold and the bloody shirt aesthetic and the bow tie. I'm really big into anime and I'm really big into manga. And I wanted to make my own manga series at one point. And I was writing a lot of poems and writing a lot of things for it. And a big part of that manga was an evil version of me named Itami, which means pain in Japanese. And he wears this blindfold and he's basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego. And the story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way. All right, somebody said she was his muse. Yes, she was his muse.
And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself he's holding the knife with the bloody thing. You get the girl who's basically like the ghost of the person that he killed. It was his first victim in the
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
manga.
Other than that, internet investigators found an old video of David cleaning someone's shoes, captioned, "I clean people's shoes as a side hustle, by the way." And then they also found a picture of the girl Celeste sitting on a bus with the...
All right, so here's the same shoes. So as you can see, she's on the bus. So he was dating her while she was in school before she went missing, according to this sleuth here. So he's cleaning shoes that look eerily similar to the woman. There she is hiding. Maybe that's her person. Hey, Gen Z is weird, bro. Gen Z is weirdos. So there she is taking another picture, appearing to cover her face. Is that Pop Rocks? All right, let's continue.
The very same Jordans. And things would only get creepier when a now deleted user in his Discord server, who people suspect was Celeste, shared a photo where she has a David tattoo on her ring finger, which dons a wedding ring.
Oh.
The same user also shared what appears to be her and David backstage laying down together. And in this alleged screenshot, David even claims that he and the deleted user have a kid on the way.
There it is. A kid on the way. Happily married or single. I have a kid. Me and deleted user got a kid on the way. This is from David, y'all. Sheesh. My goodness. I mean, this was in 2024. This was a full year ago that he's saying me and this deleted user, which we would have seen who the name was, but the user got deleted, got a kid on the way. So at one point she was pregnant. According to this, we were just going to elect. So she could have been pregnant again.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, let's continue, man.
Back in July of 2024, which people obviously speculate could be the very reason that she ended up losing her life. And keep in mind, guys, at this time, all the information I'm sharing in this video is pure speculation. And technically, it is innocent until proven guilty,
Correct.
No matter how bad it may look. There was also old chats dug up where David says that he was addicted to watching videos. And to me, with some of this, it's like, at what point do they really consider like shutting down Discord or having a much heavier moderation system on that? I just really feel like every time some sick shit is happening, Discord is always involved as the means of communication. Now, to get back to the evidence, back in January of last year, David had posted a video on TikTok in which a user says, "Please adopt me, I need it." And David tags an account with the username 09-07 and says, "Should we?" And I want you guys to just take a wild guess whose birthday was on September 7th.
Shit. My nigga. All right. God damn. I mean, Quinky Dink.
Tags an account with the username 09-07 and says, "Should we?" And I want you guys to just take a wild guess whose birthday was on September 7th, which is also the very same day that David released his song Romantic Homicide, which, like I told you last video, was the disturbing imagery of a body being thrown into the trunk of a car. I mean, it's like all the dominoes are falling, all the evidence is lining up against David. I don't really know what more people need to see. He also made this video in 2024 when your card declined to therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl that you met in 2021. And
My brothers, this man is sick. You met that one Hello Kitty girl. Remember, she went disappearing wearing Hello Kitty pajamas that you met in 2021. How old was she in 2021? 11. He was allegedly 17. You got to watch your kids, man. She got a rough life. You got to watch your daughters. Got to watch your sons. You know, these ain't innocent kids anymore. These kids are in an internet world where they're exposed to way more. They're watching gore. I don't know what manga is, but it's anime, but I don't know if it's graphic or gruesome. I have no idea. But kids are not kids anymore. I know you guys want to say 21 is a kid and 18 is a kid. These young Gen Z people and Gen Alpha are exposed to a whole world that you don't have a clue. They lock themselves in a bedroom and they motherfucking be on the internet. They see everything that we see and more. They know how to go to the dark webs. We just going to ESPN. All right. These people are going deep in the dark recesses of Discord and all of these other places. They see things that we don't see, even at 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. So people want to say they're children, and yes, indeed, in many cases, they are mind-wise and brainstem, but they seeing things that their world can't handle. So by the time they show up at 12, 13, and 14, these kids have been exposed to some shit that you just don't even have a clue. All right, we had to go under our daddy's bed to get the VHS tape with a nigga in an afro fucking some white woman, and she got a hairy bush. That was about the extent of the crazy shit we saw. Or maybe somebody came with the Faces of Death VHS, and we were just completely astonished. These people can get it right on their phones, their iPads, their laptops, their computers. They can just pull it up all day, every day. They don't have to sneak shit. All right. They don't have to sneak a goddamn thing. They out here exposed to it. Fair use.
People need to see. He also made this video in 2024 when your card declined to therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl that you met in 2021. And apparently this girl was known for her love of Hello Kitty. There are alleged Instagram story leaks from her where she has Hello Kitty Crocs on and is potentially talking about David's Hello Kitty doll. From the same Instagram leaks, people found her wearing a bracelet.
That's not just a bracelet. That's a Von Cleef bracelet. It could be a fake Von Cleef bracelet, but just think about this, right? There's a picture of her with a Von Cleef bracelet. Is it Van Cleef bracelet? Van Cleef bracelet. Let's look at the price of this Van Cleef bracelet. And this is a woman who was in middle school at the time. All right, I got a Van Cleef bracelet as low as, let's see here. I mean, these things could be pretty expensive. Let me see here if I can pull this up. If you're a sugar baby, ask it. Somebody said that's a Cartier. Oh, is that Cartier? Maybe I have the wrong bracelet here. These are not cheap. These are not cheap at all. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull this up. Cartier bracelet for women. It is. This is right here, $6,000. $6,000. All right, and that's just for the bracelet. It's called the Love bracelet. Is it the Love bracelet? It's called the Love bracelet, and it is listed as for on a real one, $6,100. All right, $6,100. For that bracelet, and that's apparently allegedly a teenager wearing a version of one. All right, we don't know if it's real or not, and that's her picture. Let us continue. Sugar baby definitely calling car for sure.
Found her wearing a bracelet that matches this photo of a hand on David's face, and they
man, they got this nigga cooked. I'm sorry, I have to pause it. Wow, they got this nigga cooked. Woo wee. God damn. Oh my. The circumstantial evidence is outrageous. So they got her wearing the bracelet here, and then a young one, and that looks like some young hands. That doesn't look like an older woman. Holy moly. And by the way, Gen Z is the king of putting cases together. Gen Z and TikTok and millennials, young millennials, they will put a case together on the internet before it even goes to the goddamn prosecutor. All right, they will do all the work for the prosecution. Okay, they will do all the work on TikTok. All right, so they got the same bracelet here. God.
Of a hand on David's face. And they also found her purse in the background sitting on the couch of one of David's TikTok videos with the same two keys you see there on the strap.
All right, AI.
And there was even speculation that David got the license plate on his Sprinter van changed to match her name. And people also found some alarming reposts on his TikTok page where there are jokes about ending your girlfriend's life for talking to other guys and being so jealous about stories from her past that you blow her brains out.
Shit. You obsess over a 13-year-old girl talking to other boys in middle school? End it. Bruh. You mad that your 12-year-old girlfriend is talking to 6th grade niggas. You're jealous that your 12-year-old, 13-year-old girlfriend is talking to. I can't. He needs a red pill.
Here's William.
And continuing. Fair use.
Like, David, what past are you talking about? Like back when she was in elementary school on the playground, you sick bastard? And here is where things get even stranger to me. Like I said, the police had not listed him as like a person of interest or even a suspect. And like I said, there is evidence that David has been online as recently as yesterday. Some of you may know that David was really close to a lot of the biggest streamers online. Him and this guy Jason had even made a song together that has now been taken off YouTube. And this streamer Lacey revealed that David had been watching his stream only 3 days ago.
David was in the viewer list on my stream and he just unfollowed me on Twitch.
Gen Z.
Is that like, that's fucking creepy, no?
Dude, I can never find. How do Gen Z people know how to do this shit? But they do.
Like, look, there's a blank for where the following was.
And just yesterday, he was tracked on Fortnite playing several matches of the casual reload game mode on his account. So I don't know. It's like the guy's whole life could be at stake, and he's out here.
And they got his score and everything.
Just running Fortnite, like living freely. I mean, something about that just sits so wrong with me. Like, why?
Gen Z ain't, man. Y'all motherfuckers got time. All right. Gen Z be waking up like this. Gen Z be like, oh, hold up for a second.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
Gen Z be waking up. They don't even go to sleep. They just sleep at their desk. Right? Pulling up they goddamn scorecard from Fortnite. They ain't got no job.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
Girls just selling pussy and coming back after 2 hours. Let me pull up his fucking internet scorecard on fucking.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
Gen Z, bruh.
Is this guy not behind bars? I mean, honestly, this sick might be sitting back loving the attention, because since this whole situation went viral, he's been breaking his own streaming records, because obviously a majority of people had no idea who this guy was before this happened, and also people want to see the potential dry snitching that he was committing in his very own songs.
Run away from home again, carving these notes into bloody arms.
You know, at this point, they have held a bit of a memorial for the girl Celeste. Her brother has also spoken out thanking people for their support.
Where her
and
mom
obviously, the whole situation for her family, whether she had a rough home life or not, has just been absolutely tragic.
Yeah, where her mom at? Where the sister at?
Either way, the situation just keeps getting darker. Things just keep stacking up against this guy, David. I mean, at this point, I'm really just interested in knowing how many people were complicit with this going on in the background. How many people were helping him sneak around this girl, and how many people might have David actually paid off, because obviously this whole thing has become just beyond disgusting, and it's really just one of the crazier stories that I can remember in recent time. But y'all let me know what you guys think.
Shout out to this guy, Jamari. Go give him a follow over on YouTube. Shout out to Jamari here. Oh, it didn't. Oh, there he is right there. Jamari Speaks. He's been making content since 2018 and has over 1 million subs. Right there, and he makes content for this particular demographic. But I think this is a crazy story. It is the story of the year to me, and it certainly could be the story of the last 10 years. This is bigger than the Diddy story, because the Diddy case didn't produce this much evidence. All right, the evidence the Diddy case got, it was just some freaky shit. Right, this story trumps the Diddy case. All right, fair use to him. Let me do the super chats here, and then if any wig bitches want to jump up here, all right, with your wig on, let me know. Press 1 in the chat. And did he beat the case? Will David beat this case? Oh, somebody said that Epstein was that 2000? I feel like it wasn't 2000, but it could have been 2000s. Yeah, I guess it was 2000s. All right, I'm old, y'all. But it wasn't going on in the 2000s. It was going on before then. All right, shout out to No Government Name. Says, thank you for your wisdom. I think my girlfriend's mom, who is married, makes subtle advances towards me. Are women competitive even with their own kids? Maybe my porn brain is talking. Both of that. Epstein was 2008. But yeah, I think that your porn brain is helping you. But also, yes, women are competitive even against their daughters, especially if she's not married or she's in a sexist marriage. So women do fuck their daughters' girlfriends. I've shared stories of this. Not all women, but every time they do, it's a woman. So watch out for that. If she starts touching you and making you feel uncomfortable, you definitely want to make note of that, but you got to be careful who you tell. Don't tell the daughter, because the daughter will tell the mom, and the mom will use plausible deniability, all right, related to this. So share it with possibly, somebody that you can share with that's a safe space to you, for sure. All right, watch out for that. But yes, women do compete, even if they do not intend to be intimate with you. All right, that they do compete with their daughters, and they sabotage their daughters all the time, especially if she's not in a good relationship. Okay. Callie West says black women seen one BET movie that had a Nigerian telling a sister that African loves fat hoes in 2005, and these sisters won't let it die. If that was a fact, then why do rich Africans still marry thin women? I'll wait. Shout out to CGA. And the thin women they do meet always have a fat ass. All right. So they do have fat asses, but not a lot of overweight women tend to be getting this type of treatment. Okay. Shout out to Trinisha, says there is a BW black woman YouTuber that shares her dating life. She went from XXXL to extra small, and she said, I would have never let my daughter get to 300 pounds because she knows what type of men she will attract. Predators. Men look at round shaped women as providers. Okay. Anyone that knows this, overweight women are for poor guys. They're for poor guys, more than likely, or men who have fetishes, or men that want to use women sexually. These aren't women that y'all wifing in the United States. The only guys wifing them up are Mexicans. All right, that's the only ones wifing them up. But I'll be fair, they weren't fat when he wifed her. All right, so they were fat. She was slim and trim when he wifed her, or at least took her to prom. But overweight women are for low-class men, all right? BBLs are for low-class men. They're for scammers and ballers and low-class niggas and niggas that can't lease apartments and that got bad credit. All right, most dudes aren't targeting these women off the top. And if I do target one, it is definitely for some sexual pleasure. Because big women are sexually pleasurable. They pleasure. All right, but you ain't trying to wife her. Yep, black dudes looking for a place to live. These are for them. All right, that's who they is. These women are not the top of the sexual marketplace pool. But Carlos says, Coach, I love how nuanced you are on most subjects. Most people are black and right on many subjects, not you. I'm a millennial, and although boomers have a lot of faults, most of the new inventions that make our life easier now were made by them. So it makes sense they benefit. I think I said that. All right. I said that. I kind of suggested that the boomers, we're alive because of boomers. Right. I think I talked that. I was talking about that. All right. Much of our safety, cars, all right, our survival rate, boomers. So yeah, they definitely should get the benefit. Now, yeah, I know we're not arguing against that. They certainly reap the benefits. But Gen Z typically wants their handout. Gen Z wants their handout, and they want to benefit from the marketplace that that the boomers created. Safety. Like when I said war were fought mostly by the boomers. Now we don't go to war as much, or we have technology that prevents us from having to fight, since so many boomers and their fathers got blown to smithereens in many wars. So yeah, the boomers should benefit at this particular point. And they have a very large group of people. Now, here's the problem with the boomers is that they are one of the largest of the generation. So when they die, or when they start retiring, or when they don't retire, or who's going to replace them? Who's going to replace them? Remember, Gen X. All right, Gen X is I think they're the smallest of all the groups. So you can't depend on Gen X. By the way, Gen X by 2032, many of them will be in their 60s. So what now? Who do you get to replace them? It's going to be AI. You're going to need to replace a very, very large group of people, and or support this large group of people as they enter into their older age. They're going to really do damage on support systems, economies, housing. It's going to be bad news because Gen X can't replace them and numerically. So we're going to need some help. Gen Z can't replace them because Gen Z is slow starting. They're starting off slow. All right. They're starting off slow. So, you know, Gen Z is getting a slow start to life. Now, the things that Gen Z are creating a lot of good things. We just don't see them yet. The millennials are just going to have to take over. That's what's going to have to happen. And I don't think the millennials are equipped for it as a unit either. This is why we see dysfunction. That's why we got going on. The millennials aren't equipped for it either. And I don't think the Gen Xers care either way. Let's just say that. The Gen Xers don't care. So now you got the millennials that I got to pick up the slack. I think we're cooked. Right? The millennials. So now Gen Z ain't going to pick up the slack. They're firing Gen Z. Right? Gen Z can't even hold a job if they got one because they get fired. The millennials have to pick up the slack in terms of a group of generations, though. So anyway, CJ says, I'm a Gen Z 2000s kid, and I remember briefly what the world looked like pre-social media, flip phones, and cable TVs. I was in the 4th grade when the first iPhone came out, and shortly after, all of our parents ran into old flings on Facebook. I will say it was the Gen Xers that really took advantage of the hookup culture, right? That was Gen X. Now, the millennials did as well, but you got to remember when Tinder came out, millennials were barely 20, 25, 20, 30. I'm just doing quick math. All right, 40, they're in their early 30s. All right, but it was Gen X fucking everything, all right? Because by the time it became popular, Gen X was doing what? Classmates, fake book, jumping on Tinder, trying to get relationships, fucking everybody. All right, plenty of fish, match.com. Like it was Gen X that went ham because we couldn't get in contact with our old flames. We couldn't reach back and see our old friends and old classmates and it was Gen X. Yeah, that's at 2013. So that was Gen X. That was Gen X going through their first divorce, reaching back, going back to reaching people that they fucking worked with when they were 16 and 18 and 20. So I think Gen X was the one that opened that shit up, right? And went ham. Now the millennials were going ham just hooking up, but they weren't in as many fractured relationships. Gen X got divorced over this shit. MySpace, eHarmony, Black Planet. So Gen X got divorced. Like that was my generation. Right? My wife is a millennial, though, technically on the calendar. But when we got broken up, divorced, we were in our early 30s. We went fucking ham on Tinder, MySpace, Bumble, Classmate, Facebook, reaching back to people that we ain't seen in 10 years, old boyfriends and girlfriends, if you will, respectively. So I think that's who really fucked it up and created hookup culture. Because look at these 40, 50-year-old broads now. Older millennials and Gen X is looking for marriages. They can't find none.
What happened? Where did all the men go?
Shout out to our brother here. Hey, big head. All right, you looking at some fat. Oh, here's another piece of proof on this one. I know this is going to be a long show.
Yeah, I got time, Chris.
Remember when Q-Tip from Tribe Called Quest? See, this is some more proof on this one. Q-Tip's high school girlfriend. Remember when Q-Tip from Tribe Called Quest wanted to jump and find his old girlfriend and social media founder? All right, because Gen X dudes started to be like, damn, let me go find my Bonita Apple. Got it going on. So this is a little bit later, but there's Q-Tip from A Tribe Called Quest right here. And he says he went on social media to find his high school sweetie. Where's my high school sweetheart? All right, where's my Bonita? Hey, Bonita, glad to meet you. And he found her motherfucking ass. All right, so here it is right here. This was the high school sweetie. Look, oh man, the love of my life. When she was a cheerleader, he was just trying to get in there and finger fuck one time. All right. And a high school sweetheart is basically some girl you never fucked in high school. All right. That's all that happened. That's all you still thinking about her. You thinking about what that pussy would have felt like when you was in the 9th grade. All right, so that's where she looked like back then, and that was Bonita Applebum. She got it going on. All right, let's see what she looks like now. All right, we're going to go ahead and find out what she looked like. All right, here we go. We got another picture of her right here. We got another picture of her with the MC Light shit on, with the bob. Oh. He found someone that rock with him. All right. He found somebody that rock with him. All right. Let's go ahead and see if we can find what she looks like. Oh, why the internet ain't finding her? All right. Why the internet ain't finding her? All right. Let me see here. Oh, we found her. All right. This is what she looks like. Oh, wait a minute. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. This is what she looks like today. Yep.
Oh, the humanity.
Damn. See, the Gen X. What the hell? Oh my God. No way. A little bit more soggy now. It's not all fresh no more. It ain't all lifted and it don't smell like Teen Spirit no more. All right. Now it's all yep, it's all soggy in the middle. Little bit different than this right here, my high school sweetie. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, but damn. All right, yo, that's crazy, man. Nah, that ain't the same.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
All right, anyway, shout out to OT says, hey, coach, the artist has a song called Romantic Homicide. If you see, it's basically telling on himself, peace, we are living in the last days. And it was released allegedly on her birthday, right? Which was they showed us, right? Released on her birthday. Right? So it's evil out there, man. Shout out to our brother. Let's see here. Hustle Celebrity says, be on the lookout for Chagas disease. I don't even know what that is. Chagas disease. That sounds crazy to me. Do you think Q-Tip would marry her now? All right, he definitely going to probably put his, never mind. This is a family show. But the wall is undefeated, as we say. It's a disgrace. All right, look, we got one more. We got our brother here. No government name. Since gold is up, should I sell my Cuban link chain while the market is up, or do I still continue to hold it? Has it been customized? All right, if it's custom, it's maybe hard to sell. If it's straight up, then maybe you hold. This is not financial advice. All right, do me a favor, man. We want to see if anybody got their wig fixed real quick. All right, anybody want to come on up? All right, I got my maids coming in here. Rosalinda is coming through. Rosalinda's coming through. So hip hop artist Tupac is it's 92% versus 8% for 21 Savage. Shout out to everybody in the EA, East Atlanta, in Zone 6, like 21 Savage. I only want people that have descent. I only want people that only women. All right, only women that can come up. We don't want to be like, hey, coach, I like your message. Thank you very much. You saved my life. I appreciate that. You can type that in. We only have a few minutes here. We don't want any fake guys. I actually tried to invite people up, and right when I closed the stream, a fake Lucario showed up. All right, a fake Lucario showed up. And right when I was closing the stream and playing the outro, a guy popped up, said he was Mr. Lucario, and it wasn't even him. All right, so I wish it was Mr. Lucario, but it wasn't. Okay, so only ladies, I know you was getting your wig on while I was doing the main event. This is your chance, going once, going twice, to get in here with every woman's fantasy. No echo chamber stuff. Don't back it up and say, Coach, you right about this. Yeah, you was right. We only want wig hitters on here. We only want we want women that want a high value man. We want men that we want debate me bro ass niggas. This is your chance. And I'm one of the only content creators that people will not come up and challenge me. I don't know what it is. They will talk shit and be like this and sneak this. All right. But when it comes to content creators, and they all watch me, it's apparent they're watching me. I mean, but, oh, I didn't know. They will not come up here and come on up. Anton came up. Pearl came up, and I was talking shit about Pearl, and she popped up. All right, so I'll give Anton, and Anton popped up, but he didn't even know what the subject matter was. He was just like, I'll come up. But Anton's too big for me. Pause. All right. All right. Somebody said, put it on the banner. Gentlemen. Oh. Put what on the banner? The link? The link won't work. You can't click the link on the banner. Where's Dr. Umar and them? But yeah, Anton not coming up no more. All right. Shout out to Anton. He came up when he was struggle streaming. All right. He was like, let me make a name of myself. All right. And then, but now he doesn't need me no more. AMS, I've already done a collab with him. I've already done a collab. Y'all missed it, man. Yeah, if you're new to my channel in the last 3 years, I've collabed with everybody. And some of these things are so old, you can't even find the collab. Oh, here we go right here. That people that say I don't collab. All right, there's AMS and CGA right there. 4 years ago. Come on, man. Y'all so new to me. I can't stand when y'all this new. That's me with your boy AMS right there in Newport Beach. All right, who is that? Okay. That's your boy. Go just Google the shit. Just Google me, man. Google me and everybody. All right. Y'all can watch it if y'all miss me this weekend. Y'all can watch me. Let me see here. Dr. BOA. CGA and Dr. BOA. Okay, so it looks like both of us deleted it, but oh, wait a minute. I got it wrong here. Dr. BOA, Coach Greg Adams. So in case y'all missed me this week, all right, Dr. BOA and CGA have already done a collab, although it looks like both of us may have deleted it from our channels. All right, so I definitely can't find it. But I see some diss videos on here. Somebody's trying to give me some diss videos. Some goofy ass lame got some diss videos of me. All right, let me see here. Let's see if I put this. And I deleted like 90% of my videos, so that's why you can't find a lot of my content. You have Dr. Let me see. Have the lead attorney in CGA. Yeah, there's some clips of us together, but yeah, a lot of stuff has been deleted. Nick Fuentes, the Diss Ninjas. Yeah, people got diss videos on me, and they kind of funny. I'm like, most of the people agree with me in the video. They trying to diss me. All right. Anyway. Oh, do I have it? Nobody's up here. Bro, where's everybody at? All right. Nobody disagrees with me. So I'm right. CGA is always right. All right. Look at that. Nobody here. I put the link right there. You can click it right there on the description. You can click it right there at the top of the live chat. See, this is why I need to just be over here. I need to just go and just troll all the big YouTubers at this point. CGA exposed videos. I see that. I see there's some exposed videos on me. All right. Shout out to bless their heart. Bless these exposed videos. It says CGA says women don't love you guys. CGA says there's another diss video here. Like, I can't watch shit like that. Then they got CGA does not like women being in the manosphere. Like, that's an exposed video. That's an exposed video. CGA does not like women being in a manosphere. Oh boy. All right, boy, that's a big one right there to expose me. Here's another one. CGA hates that Afis has a successful marriage. Oh, boy. Coach Greg Adams calls out Steve the Dean Williams. These are exposed videos. All right, what do we got here? These are exposed. This is supposed to what? Cause controversy? Like what? People literally took their time to edit that shit. Oh boy, you got me now. I don't like Hafiza's successful marriage. Oh boy. I called out Steve the Dean Williams for being married dating coach. Oh boy. Wowzers. You really got me there. Just when I had it, just when I thought I had it, I got called out for not liking Hafiz. All right, goodness. Oh man. This is you looking at the untouchable one. Let me see if there's any other diss videos right there. Let me see here. Let me see. We got another one. Oh, there it is. It's the same group of videos. They thoughtin' and plotting. Okay. Coach Greg Adams talking about nice guy. Okay, that's not an exposed video. Oh, there's the Batter Bachelor. All right, there's the Batter Bachelor and CGA. He says, I got to quit now. They going to cancel me. By the way, there's me and the Better Bachelor right there. There's Joker. Caught me red-handed. I don't know what I'm going to do. They really exposed me. Gosh darn it. All right, anyway, nobody back up here. So I'm going to end the stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang. And y'all have a good rest of y'all week. I got to get some shit done, but you'll see the replays. Hit the like button. Subscribe to my shit around here. And we out of here. Peace.